Coroners Court is now sitting.
Good morning. Yes, Mr. Castleton. Good morning.
Mr. Bloom, I just want to provide you some documents which you provided to my instructing solicitor in February of this year. Can I provide to you a document which Your Honour has marked for identification C? Excuse me, Court Officer. A document that you provided which is a one-page document, one of three it appears, but only one page has been provided. Craniosynostosis. Do you see that? And do you recall providing that to my instructing solicitor last February?
Yes.
Is there anything additional you wish to say in relation to the relevance of that document that you haven't already said in February of this year?
No, sir. No.
Would you like that document to be tendered into evidence?
Okay. Yeah. Yes.
Your Honour, could that be marked as an exhibit?
Yes, that'll be Exhibit 14.
Please, the Court. Mr. Bloom, you can put that document to one side.
Yep.
I'll now provide you with a further document which you provided to my instructing solicitor in February of this year. This is a document that Your Honour marked for identification D. And do you see there, Mr. Bloom, a document from Centrelink,
Yes.
dated 8 June 2001? And do you recall giving some evidence in relation to this document
Yes.
in February of this year?
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to add
No.
to the evidence you gave about this document in February this year?
No, sir.
Would you like that document to be tendered?
Yes.
Your Honour, I tender that document.
Yes, that will be Exhibit 15.
Please, the Court. The next document, Mr. Bloom, that I'd like to provide to you is a document from a newspaper in Luxembourg.
Yes.
And do you recall providing that to my instructing solicitor?
I did.
And do you recall giving some evidence in relation to an advertisement that's contained within that
Yes.
clipping? Is there anything additional that you wish to say about that document?
Not really. No.
Your Honour, I tender that document.
Yes, that will be Exhibit
I also have with me my medical record, if you want it.
Thank you. Just one moment. It'll be Exhibit 16.
Please, the Court. Next, Mr. Bloom, is a document that I suggest you provided to my instructing solicitor in February of this year. And do you see that it appears to be an express post envelope, or a copy or a photograph of an express post envelope?
Yes.
And what is the relevance of this document?
That material that I sent back to Brussels.
And what was the material that you sent back to Brussels?
It was a coin collection. It's specified on the.
Beg your pardon?
It is specified on the.
Coin collection, returned to owner,
Yes.
and it's dated the 8th of June
Yes.
2010.
Yeah.
And who was the owner that you were returning a coin collection to?
Mrs. But she was. she couldn't.
Mr. Bloom, who are you sending that to?
I sent it to Mrs. I sent it to, that's her son-in-law and his wife.
Whose son-in-law?
From Mrs. She was in a wheelchair and she couldn't speak. So I sent it back to us because they're the ones who organized everything, the son-in-law and his wife, the daughter of that lady in question.
I take it you don't know her name, or
I can't.
do you know the name of the son-in-law?
Yes, I knew the name, but I just can't remember Mrs.
Your Honour, if I could interrupt with Your Honour's leave. Can I take you to the document, please, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, sure.
Do we see your name in the top left-hand corner?
Yes.
F.D.
Yeah.
Dehevery?
Yes.
And was that the name that you were then going by as at June of 2010?
Yes.
And to the right of that, one sees a name which I assume is the intended recipient
Yes.
of the envelope. And who is that person?
This, I said it before. He is the son-in-law of.
And is the surname Pierre or is the first name Pierre?
His name is D-U-R-E in front. That's the name, and Pierre is the Christian name.
Christian name is. Yeah. And to assist you with your memory, is this individual's mother-in-law André Flemme or not?
André Flemme, yeah.
And do you assert today that this is some evidence to support your account of returning a
Yes.
coin collection that may have
Yes.
belonged to Ms.
That's right, which I wrote to
Flemme? You're right, I attended that document.
So that'll be Exhibit 17.
Mr. Bloom, you mentioned a moment ago that you've brought with you some medical records.
Yes.
And what was the purpose of mentioning that matter just now to Her Honour?
Because I gathered the police yesterday, and they took a copy and they told me to hand it in.
Could I hand to you a document which is headed Bay Centre Medical Clinic?
Yes, that's correct.
Is that the sum total of the documents to which you have referred just now?
Yes.
To providing to police?
Yes, I did.
And is that a document that is dated the 8th of March 2022?
Yes.
Addressed to whom it may concern?
Yes.
And it's a document signed, is it not, by Dr. Michaela Rickcord, R-I-C-K-C-O-R-D?
Yes.
And did you request Dr. Rickcord to provide this document or produce this document?
Yes.
For your use?
Yes.
And what was the intended purpose, in your mind, for the use of this document?
Just that my medical situation is...
Mr. Bloom, sorry to cut it, but could you please keep your voice up?
Just that my medical situation is worse than that. And I just wanted to give it to Hannah to justify That's all.
To justify what, Mr. Bloom?
That my condition is worse.
And when you refer to your condition, are you referring to each and every one of the medical matters that are articulated beneath the heading past history, or
Yes.
one in particular?
Everyone, yes, but mainly the mainly the Parkinson, because between I was a specialist from Lismore Hospital came to visit me and send a report to my doctor.
Mr. Bloom, do I understand this document correctly, which has been provided by your general practitioner,
Yes.
that on the 24th of March last year,
Yes.
you were diagnosed with essential tremor D, early Parkinson's?
No, it was.
Do you see the document? Do you see the
Yes, I
date?
do.
24 March 2021.
That's the date for my bowel cancer.
Take the next line. Do you
Yes, I
see
know.
essential tremor D, early Parkinson's?
Yes, that
At
was
about that time, had you been diagnosed
no,
with essential tremor D, early Parkinson's?
no. That was.
The reason I ask that,
Yeah, I
Mr.
understand.
Bloom, is that nowhere else on the document does the word Parkinson's appear
No, it
until
is.
one comes to the entry for 24 March 2021.
Yes, I understand. The specialist came to see me. I think just before or after I came here last time.
And I was going to come to that next, and I will. This document is dated the 8th of March this year, over
Yes,
a month ago, nearly 2 months.
yeah. That's when she received the reports from the specialist.
Your evidence on the last occasion concluded in mid-February. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Why did you then go to the medical centre to consult with Dr. Natalia Remakel on or about the 8th of March 2022?
I got there weekly, sometimes fortnightly, depends, because of my high blood pressure and other, the medication that she's got to renew and change.
Was it on or about the 8th of March 2022 that you requested Dr. Rickford to produce the document that's before her honour right now?
Yes.
Would you like this document to be tendered?
Yes.
I tendered the Bay Centre Medical Clinic
Yes.
certificate, Your Honour, dated 8th March 2022.
Will be Exhibit 18.
Mr. Bloom, I just want to come now to some matters that we touched upon late yesterday afternoon in relation to some motor vehicles that may have been in the possession of your family.
Yes.
Recall a series of questions in relation to that. And do you agree that it was established that on the 11th of August 1997, a white Mitsubishi Magna was acquired and registered in your name, Rick Bloom, on that day?
Yes.
And you will recall, do you not, that I took you to some evidence of your wife, Diane, in relation to having another car prior to the 11th of August 1997?
Yes.
Overnight, have you given some thought to that matter?
Yeah.
And do you agree that prior to the 11th of August 1997, your family had another motor vehicle? So that by the 11th of August 1997, you then had two motor vehicles for use in your family?
No, we obviously we had a car, but the car was written off, and that's the reason why I bought this.
Can I provide this information?
Yes.
Which comes to me from New South Wales Police, that on the 3rd of July 1992, a Nissan Bluebird wagon, white in colour,
Yes.
was registered under the name de Haverberry.
Yes.
Do you accept that?
Yes.
And that car remained registered under the name de Haverberry until 1998 sometime.
Yes.
Does that assist you in relation to your memory that prior to the 11th of August 1997, there was a motor vehicle for use by your family likely to be a Nissan Bluebird wagon, white in colour?
Before I acquired the Mitsubishi.
And when do you say, well, I withdraw that, what vehicle by make or model was written off prior to 11 August 1997, do you say?
The Mitsubishi was written off in Melbourne in an accident.
That, I want to suggest to you,
Yes,
was some time after 11 August 1997. Do you accept that?
that's right, I accept that.
I'm talking about before
Before,
11 August 1997. Was there any family car
yes,
that was in use
was
in 1997 prior to 11 August 1997 that you assert was written off or not?
the ones we were using then was it was a station wagon, the
Was it the Nissan Bluebird?
Marion Bluebird, yes.
And you had that throughout 1997?
Until I acquired the Mitsubishi.
All right. If you assume, please, that government records disclose that the Nissan Bluebird wagon, white in colour, was registered under the name of de Haverberry until sometime in 1998. Can you explain why then it remained registered under the name de Haverberry between August 1997 and sometime in 1998 if it had been written off?
I sold it as a wreck. It was a wreck. And I don't know, the person I sold it to probably kept on using it. I don't know.
You're right, I'll move on. I've put the matters to the witness in relation to that vehicle. Just on that one final matter, Mr. Bloom, does your memory allow you to agree that the registration of the Nissan Bluebird wagon, white in colour, was QBI 806?
Yeah, I suppose.
Mr. Bloom, at the end of your evidence yesterday afternoon, I invited you, if you wished, to look at any evidence in relation to the Commonwealth Bank safety deposit envelope.
Yes, and I did, and I couldn't find anything.
You've seen Exhibit 11 yesterday afternoon that I asked you some questions about. I said to you that I would take you to the relevant transcript.
Yes.
This morning, Your Honour, I propose to read a passage of evidence from Mr. Graham Smith.
Thank you.
It appears, the relevant transcript page is page 68 for the 2nd of February 2022. And Mr. Bloom, this is the evidence of Mr. Graham Lawrence Smith. He was a senior manager at the Commonwealth Bank.
Yes.
And on the 2nd of February 2022, he was shown Exhibit 11.
Yes.
I took him to page 7, and if you would like a copy of Exhibit 11 before you, please say so. And I asked this question. What is the document one sees at page 7 of Exhibit 11? OK, this is the answer, OK. So that's an authority that's been lodged. It's an automatic funds transfer for payment of safe custody lodgements.
Yes.
And it relates to a safe custody lodgement that was made at Ballina on the 14th of the 10th, 1997, with a reference number 3810.
Yes.
I then asked him, am I correct in understanding that adjacent to the handwritten account number is a date bearing the entry 2 April 1992? Answer, yes. Question, was that account number ending in the 4 digits 3738?
Yes.
A joint account opened between Frederick David de Haverberry and Diane de Haverberry?
Yes.
Yes, it was. I then go on to ask, was that particular facility, that's referring to the safe custody envelope facility, cancelled on 27 October 1997? Answer, yes, that's correct. Next question, line 45. That's some 13 days after it was initially opened, as we know from the previous page, page 7, on 14 October 1997. That's correct, yes. Now, that's the evidence from a senior banking officer within the Commonwealth Bank.
Yes.
Who's given sworn evidence, let me finish please, that the safe custody envelope facility that was opened by you on the 14th of October 1997 was closed 13 days later, as I suggested to you yesterday, on the 27th of October 1997.
It probably was the case, but I was offered a box from the bank, and after that I had a box until the end of 90. Until the end of 99.
Is there anything else you wish to add on this matter?
Yes, if you would.
What would you like to add?
That after the envelope, the bank offered me a box became available, and the lease of the envelope and continue with the box.
And Mr. Bloom, could that have been some many months after October 1997, perhaps sometime in 1999 or 2000?
No, I cancelled it at the end of 1999. But it kept on going from the envelope. True.
I want to take you back into some evidence that you gave yesterday morning.
Yes.
Page 597, Your Honour, of the transcript.
Thank you.
At about line 8, Your Honour, I asked Mr. Bloom this. Mr. Bloom, you've just said now she did answer that ad, she being Marion Barter. Is that another slip, Mr. Bloom, in the sense that you had placed an ad and that...
Yes,
and that she has answered your advertisement of a kind similar to the ad you placed in 1994 in the Le Courrier Australian publication? You answered yes, she answered the ad. Question, did I hear correctly just now that she did answer the ad? Answer, she did, yes. Question, which ad are you referring to that she answered? The ad that I put in. The ad that I put in, I think it was the Gold Coast Bulletin, but I'm not 100% sure. But I can't recall, but I think it was in there. Anyway, it was in a Queensland paper. Question, I want to be very clear on this. This is an advertisement that you placed. Answer, that's right. Yeah. Question, so the evidence that you've given this morning and elsewhere that you answered an advertisement placed by her is false. You say I was confused. Then, Your Honour, transcript page 598, at about line 23, question, I want to return to the advertisement. Answer, yes. Question, do you now admit that it was you that had placed an advertisement seeking companionship and that Marion Barter answered your advertisement? Answer, yes. Question, you're quite clear on that? Answer, I'm quite clear on that. You have no impairment in giving that answer just now? No, no. Question, you're competent to give that answer? Yes, I'm competent. Question, why the lies before this time in relation to how it was you came to meet Marion Barter on that second occasion in 1997? Answer, because I couldn't remember. You then say, transcript page 600, at line 26, question, and that Marion Barter answered your ad. Answer, she answered my ad. At line 34, question, and that it was Marion who answered that ad. Oh, sorry, Your Honour, I withdraw that. At line 29, question, thank you. Stop there. She answered my ad. Now, when you use the term ad, are you referring to an advertisement you placed? You said before in the Le Courrier Australian publication seeking companionship. Answer, yes. Question, and that it was Marion who answered that ad? Yes. And that ad was placed by you? Yes. Line 50, question, have I established to your satisfaction that what one sees in paragraph 6 of your signed New South Wales Police statement is wrong? Answer, yes, sir. Question, you say it is wrong because you were confused when you gave that version at that time? Answer, I agree. Question, can I ask you this please, Mr. Bloom? Why did you not at any time before this morning seek to correct that error? Answer, because I never went there, never went back to. And then further on, page 601, at line 39, you say this in answer to a question she placed, that is Marion Barter. She placed an ad that I answered to, and that's the correct. And then at line 50, you say, in response to a question, I'm full certain that she answered the ad that I put into the Le Courrier, and that was what happened. Now, do you recall giving those answers yesterday morning?
Yes.
Is it your sworn evidence today that Marion Barter responded to an advertisement that you placed in a publication seeking friendship or companionship?
No, she put the ad. I answered the ad. I'm sorry, but I answered her ad.
You answered the ad?
I answered
an ad that Marion Barter placed in a publication?
That's right.
And you were quite certain this morning, on your oath, that it was you who answered an advertisement?
Yes.
Not Marion Barter answering an advertisement placed by you?
No.
Now, you accept that you've given
I do.
different accounts on this very topic,
Yes.
both to police last year
Yes.
and to Her Honour in February
Yes.
and to Her Honour
Yes.
yesterday.
Yes.
And do you say on your sworn oath that the version that Her Honour should accept is the version that you've just stated now, that it was you who answered an advertisement that you came to learn was placed by Marion Barter?
Yes.
And why are you certain today of that matter, given the prevarication
Because
that we went through with you yesterday morning?
Because I was under pressure, and
Mr. Bloom,
yes,
when do you say you were under pressure?
all the time.
When you went to the police?
Sorry.
When you made a statement with the police?
As well, yes. Probably not as bad as I am now, but yes, it's a build-up. That I hardly can control it. As I've said before, back in my early days, I had a double fracture of the skull, and I was dragged for about something like 300 meters by a horse, and any pressure in my normal life, any pressure any pressure builds up, and I get off the rail. I get off the railing in my...
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr. Bloom, prior to this time, that is the time that you answered an ad that you came to learn was placed by Marion Barter, had you ever answered any other advertisements placed by persons seeking friendship or companionship?
I don't think so.
You have admitted have you not, that you yourself had placed an advertisement in 1994 seeking a permanent relationship or marriage?
In the Courier Australia, yes.
Had you placed any other advertisements apart from that one?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? It's something you'd remember, I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, because it's not an everyday occurrence, I want to suggest.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think I did. I don't think I can't remember.
And when do you say you answered this particular ad that you came to learn was placed by Marion Barter? I'm just wanting to understand when, that is by reference to time, month and year, you believe you answered the advertisement that put you in contact with Marion Barter.
It was in... It was end of February, early March, I think.
And doing the best you can, what was the publication that you read this advertisement in?
I think it was the Courier Mail.
The Courier Mail.
The Gold Coast Bulletin. Sorry.
After you answered this particular ad that you came to learn was placed by Marion Barter, have you since that time answered other advertisements placed by women seeking friendship or companionship?
Not that I can remember.
Do you have any memory of answering an ad that was placed by Jeanette Gaffney Bowen,
Yeah, but
1998,
yeah,
the following year?
Yes. Yes, I did answer that.
And what do you remember about that matter?
I met her.
I'm just dealing with the advertisement.
Yes.
Where was the advertisement placed, to your recollection?
She put the ad in a Sydney paper.
And do you remember the name of the Sydney paper?
No, sir.
Was it in a French-speaking paper?
No, I don't think so.
No?
I don't think so.
And
The only French newspaper was the Courier, and I don't think.
And do you remember that Jeanette Gaffney Bowen spoke French?
Yes, because when I met her, I was talking to a fellow called, countryman. I think I bought in some points with him. He used to live in William Street in Sydney, and at the coin show in question, I was speaking to him in French, obviously. I also was speaking with another person from Nouméa, and that's how she came and introduced herself to me in French. She heard the conversation I was probably having with with the other chaps. So,
Just so I'm clear, Mr. Bloom,
yes.
did I hear you correctly a moment ago that you answered an advertisement that Jeanette Gaffney Bowen
Yes.
placed in a Sydney paper?
Yes.
Can you explain why it is on the 17th of February last year you gave sworn evidence denying that you responded to an advertisement placed by Jeanette Gaffney Bowen?
Sorry?
Denied answering an ad placed by Jeanette Gaffney Bowen.
Well, how would I have met her?
Would you like me to read your evidence that you
Yes.
gave on oath to Her Honour on the 17th of February 2022? Your Honour, it commences transcript page 474, line 46. Do I understand your evidence correctly that you admit to an extramarital affair with Ms Gaffney Bowen that lasted the sum total of 2 days? Answer, it was 2 days. I met her at the coin fair and auction at Town Hall in Sydney.
Yes. Yes.
Question. She alleges you answered an advertisement that she placed looking for companionship.
Yes.
Answer, no. No. I went to that coin fair and exhibition and I was talking in French to a person from Noumea, which I knew, which was there. He was there too, I suppose, buying coins or whatever, and she probably heard me speaking to him, and she came to me, and when I was not with that person anymore, she came to me and addressed me in French because obviously she overheard me talking to that person. Question. Her clear evidence, Mr. Bloom, is that she placed an advertisement. Answer, maybe she did. I don't know. Question, looking for companionship or friendship, and that you answered the advertisement. Answer, no. Question, and told her that your name was Frederick de Heberberry. Answer, no. I just say to you that I met her at the coin auction and fair. Do you see the difficulty,
Yeah, I understand.
Mr. Bloom, between your sworn evidence today as opposed to your sworn evidence apparently on the 17th of February this year before Her Honour? Is it the position, as asserted by Ms Gaffney Bowen, that you did in fact, as you have just said now, answer an advertisement placed by her seeking companionship?
I didn't.
That's the end of your answer, is it, Mr.
No,
Bloom?
I maybe
Right, note for the record. Is it
maybe I
long pause?
maybe I'm pretty sure I answered an ad. I'm pretty sure from her, and that I met her at the coin shop.
Mr. Bloom, in circumstances where you had been married for some significant time, in 1998, with 2 children, why at that time were you answering an advertisement placed by a woman looking for a permanent friendship that perhaps may become more permanent?
I can answer. Can't answer that. Can't recall.
in the hope of obtaining some personal or financial benefit by deception down the path?
I didn't obtain anything from.
I won't go over it again, but you know Ms. Gaffney Bowen alleges against you that she provided to you in the order of $28,000 to $30,000
Yes,
in relation to a business proposition made by you to her in relation to the dealing of coins.
yes. She said that I took it from a bank account. I could have done it.
She says that she authorised
So
You-
authorised what?
to use her debit card or credit card.
I never had a debit or credit card. And I don't think you can take $20,000 or $38,000 with a credit card. I don't think you can do that.
I don't propose to go over. It's been dealt with in February, this topic.
Yes.
Now, you've admitted at answering an ad placed by Marion Barter
Yes,
in 1997.
yes.
You've admitted answering an ad by Ms. Gaffney Bowen in 1998. How many other advertisements have you answered after 1998?
None that I know of.
Why did you stop answering ads after 1998, Mr. Bloom?
Because I told my wife that I did had an affair with Marion, and obviously I had some explanation to give, and yes.
Was it becoming too risky, Mr. Bloom?
Risky for what, sir?
For you, in the sense that your wife or family may
No,
learn of your deception?
I didn't want to. I told her the truth, and I didn't want to. I didn't want to keep. To keep. Pardon me.
Did the apprehended domestic personal violence order that Ms. Gaffney Bowen obtained against you have anything to do with why it was you stopped answering ads after 1998?
No. No.
When you met Marion Barter at the start of 1997,
Yes.
and you had, as you have given evidence to date, spoke with her on 4 occasions,
Yes.
would you converse with her in English?
Yes.
Did you speak with her in French at all?
No, sir.
Did you speak with her in German at all?
No, sir.
I'd just like now, Your Honour, to show Mr. Bloom some photographs, if I may.
Yes.
Well, I can see it from here.
Her Honour needs to see the photographs as well,
Oh,
Mr. Bloom.
I'm sorry.
Does that photograph accord with your memory of Marion Barter's appearance at about the time you reacquainted yourself with her in early 1997?
Yeah, thereabouts, yes.
And I'll just show you another photograph. And that one?
Yeah, I remember the photographs, but
And that one? The first one you
yes,
identify
yeah, closer to.
as Marion Barter, whom you came to spend some time with in 1997.
In
1997?
like that.
The first photograph.
The first photo. Maybe looked a bit older.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Now, when you first met Marion in 1968 in Switzerland,
Yes.
you were going by the name of Willie Wooters, correct?
Yes.
And I want to suggest to you that you would have more likely at that time given your name to Marion Barter as Willie. Do you accept that?
Most probably. I can't. Yeah.
When you came to interact with her in 1997, what name did you introduce yourself to?
Rick?
To Rick. And do you recall having to explain to her why you wished to be called Rick and not some other name?
No. No, because I've always been called Rick since I met my wife.
That was after 1968, was it not?
I met her. Yeah. Yes, it was after. Yeah. Met her. I think 1970. Exactly.
Mr. Bloom, I asked you some questions yesterday about the fraudulent Queensland driver's licence you obtained in the name of Marion Barter Remakel. You recall those?
Yes.
And I asked you, I withdraw that, I put you a proposition that when you first spoke to police in June of 2021, that's last year, you did not volunteer to police at that stage that driver's licence, that fraudulent driver's licence under the name Remakel, had been lost at some point in time. Remember me asking those questions?
I can't remember. Sorry.
And I suggested to you that when you came to be interviewed by police in September of last year, that you...
I did say that I didn't know what happened to it.
That you volunteered that information, that is, that the licence at some point had been lost.
Yes, right.
And I want to put to you what you said in your record of interview on the 14th of September. And it's found at volume 8, page 2225. And to give you context, Mr. Bloom, I'll start at question 187. The question says, beyond that single meeting, you aren't in contact with Marion Barter? Answer, no. I think they were divorced, I'm not sure. Question 188, and would he have any awareness that you at this time used his details? This is in reference to obtaining the licence. Answer, no. Question 189, no. Okay. That's the question. You then volunteer without prompting. Answer, and I lost that, licence. I thought I lost it, but now, with what you told me last time and what went on, I think that the first time I went to see Marion in Southport, and that time I stayed overnight, I think she may have stolen or taken the licence from me. because I thought I lost it, but she used it for a change of name. I suppose she pinched it from me. You know, that's, I suppose, I'm not you know. Now, do you recall giving that
Yes, I do.
information to police unprompted?
Yes.
Why did you feel the need to volunteer that information when you were not asked anything in relation to that topic?
I just justified that I didn't have that I no longer had the license.
Prior to this time, had you formed the opinion that you needed to explain to the police how it could be that Marion Barter had changed her name to Florabella Remakel, which bore a striking similarity to a name that you had appropriated from Mr. Remakel in Luxembourg?
No. I probably thought that it was related, but I never mentioned anything about it to anyone.
Mr. Bloom, can you proffer any explanation as to why Marion Barter would be sifting through your wallet to take from your wallet that particular licence, which on your account you've only ever used on 2 occasions?
I don't know, sir. I don't know.
I want to suggest to you it seems an extraordinary proposition or theory that you've advanced that Marion Barter has gone into your wallet and taken that particular licence for her use.
I don't know, sir.
Do I understand your evidence correctly that the only time that you say you've used that fraudulent driver's licence in the name of Fernand Remakel is firstly when you placed an advertisement in the Le Courrier Australien in December of 1994, and secondly when you obtained a PO box at Lennox Head?
That's right.
And are they the sole occasions that you say you've used that licence?
Yes.
Can you explain, in circumstances where you've held that licence since 1988, why it was in your wallet in circumstances where you barely use it?
Because that's where I put it. I can't give an explanation for that.
Mr. Bloom, do you really think Marion Barter stole that licence?
Well,
Or is it just a theory you're advancing to try and explain how it is she's come to use a surname that you have by way of a fraudulent licence?
no, it's not a theory, but the fact that that I lost the driver's license. I thought that she might have taken, but I didn't. I just didn't worry about it. But you told me that the license was renewed, and I firmly object to that. I never did it.
Mr. Bloom, I've taken you to the document. I invited you yesterday to take up the opportunity to look at that document again. Would you like to see the Department of Main Roads in Queensland document?
Yes.
Would you like to see that? Could we have that brought up, please?
No, I've saw. Look, you showed me before.
And the document, it's a government document,
Yes.
is in clear terms that you obtained the licence in 1988,
Yes.
that it appears on the face of the government document issued by the Queensland Department of Main Roads,
Yes.
that it was reissued or renewed in 1992.
Yes, I object to that.
Well, when do you,
I mean, I didn't renew it.
but you accept, do you not, that by at least 1994 you had the licence to be able to place the ad in the Courier Australienne?
Yes.
And that by at least the time that you came to obtain the PO box in Lennox Head, you also had a fraudulent driver's licence under the name Remakel?
Yes.
All after 1992, I want to suggest to you.
Yes. I accept that.
And you accept, do you not, that it expired in December of 1997 on the face of the document
I
which
didn't
I've
know
taken?
that, no.
Now, we touched upon this yesterday, Mr. Bloom, but in that passage I just read out to you from your record of interview, you've suggested to New South Wales Police Force detectives that Marion Barter has used it for change of name.
Yes.
Do you agree that, based on your many years of experience changing names, that having a fraudulent driver's licence in the name of Fernanda Remakel would not assist her in changing her name?
I don't think so, no.
Why did you suggest
You
it?
don't. You
Why
don't.
did you suggest it to police then?
Well, because her name became Remakel. So the name must come from somewhere.
But she does not need the licence
I didn't
to
say
change
she
her
did.
name.
No.
Returning, if I may, to the 3, perhaps 4 wooden tea chests that you took delivery of
Yeah.
3 weeks or thereabouts before
Yes.
Marion Barter departed Australia. Can you describe the dimensions, please, of those boxes?
The
Dimensions.
about about the same size as the removalists use now in carton.
Well, doing the best you can. We're talking.
Yeah, they call it teachers
Are they
size.
perhaps close to that in width, or more, or small?
No, they're about, I would say, probably 400 mil.
400
Mil,
mil.
probably thereabouts.
And when the big furniture removalist company arrived with the old man who you've said was perhaps in his 50s,
Yeah.
delivered the 3, perhaps 4 boxes,
Yes.
did he carry those or did he put those on a trolley?
No, he carried those.
Carried
Yes.
individually.
I mean, I opened the garage door, and he reversed right to that space, and he took them and put them on the floor.
And did you assist him in that
No,
task?
no. Neither when they come and pick it. Neither when they come and pick it up. I never touched the thing.
And did you have, at any time that you had possession of these boxes for that 3-week period, a need to move them?
No.
And where were they placed in your garage at Wallingbar?
Yes, on where there was room on the left-hand side.
And they just sat there for 3 weeks until Marion and a male acquaintance of Marion arrived to pick them up.
Yeah.
And did you take the time to see what was in the boxes?
No, sir, I told you they were there were they had metal bands around.
Were they sealed?
They were sealed, yes.
And couldn't be tampered with without someone knowing.
They could no. I had no intention to. I never saw what was in. Never. It's just assumption that what she told me that she was sending to UK.
Now, these 3, perhaps 4 tea chests were in the garage, did you say, to the left-hand side?
Left-hand side.
As you entered the garage?
The garage, yes.
And was the garage at that time used to house a car, carring?
No, never parked the car in the garage. The garage was full of, as I said, we had washing machine, spare fridge, spare freezer, and all the garden tools, lawnmower and so on, and boxes of cardboard boxes, bits and pieces still from back when my mother-in-law died, things that came with a removalist, and what else? All the boxes of my children with all their trophies and all that, and anyway.
And when Marion came with a male acquaintance to pick these tea chests up, did you have to move anything to get to them, or was it quite an easy thing to...
No, they just picked them up where the other fellow left.
Right. So you didn't need to move anything to create a pathway or to get to them?
No, sir, no.
I take it then they were clearly visible in the left-hand side of the garage.
That's right, sir.
Mr. Bloom, your wife, on the 15th of February this year, gave evidence at transcript page 305 to the following effect. Line 8, question. I just want to come back to the tea chest, and I want you to think long and hard about this next question, please. Are you quite sure, while you were living in Wollongbar, you did not observe any wooden tea chests? Answer, no, I didn't. Question, perhaps 3 or 4 in number? Answer, no, I don't remember. Is that a question, is that a clear memory? Answer, yeah, I don't remember any tea chest at our house. Were they there?
They were there.
Blue?
Yes.
Unobscured?
Unobscured.
For 3 weeks?
Yes. Why would she have paid special attention? She's not like that. She doesn't ask questions. Obviously, if she saw them, she would have said so. We had the garbage bin, I think, in front of it. I can't.
Mr. Bloom, in your evidence yesterday in relation to the tea chests and the contents of the tea chest, you've referred to those belonging to Marion Barter?
The tea chest, yes.
And your understanding of the contents were belongings of Marion Barter, as I understand your evidence that you gave yesterday.
That's right.
Now, When you were interviewed by police in September of last year, this is your record of interview. Question 409, this is a question by New South Wales Police Force detectives. The question commences, do you receive a phone call from her, Marion, asking if she can leave things with you? Now, we went over this yesterday. Your answer to that question was, I can't remember, but I can't remember, I can't exactly remember, I would tell a lie, I can't remember. The reason I don't know what was in those boxes, but when she came with that fellow, she said they were their belongings, which she was air cargo to Europe. Now, you've used the word their belongings.
Yes.
How do you know that it was their belongings?
That's what I assume, because they came, the two of them.
So that was an assumption, was it, on your part?
Right. Yeah.
You have no memory today of Marion saying to you, in the presence of an unknown male acquaintance of hers, whilst at Wollongbar, that they're taking collection of their belongings for air cargo to Europe?
Yes, that's what she said, but she didn't mention. She just said that.
Well, a moment ago you said
I know.
I made the assumption
That they were their belongings. Yes, I know, but it's not. It was what she said to me earlier is that, she didn't say that to me, she mentioned it, but she was buying a school in England and sending air freight school material.
Do you today have any clear memory of Marion Barter saying to you that the 3 or 4 tea chests over which you had custody for about 3 weeks were belongings of her and someone else's, or not? Can you so your explanation for why it was, when you were interviewed by police in September of last year, for using the words their belongings, was simply an assumption made by you?
Exactly. It was. If they came to pick them up, it was their belongings.
Had you invented this part of your interview, Mr. Bloom?
No, sir.
To give the police another individual to pursue as a person of interest in their inquiries and investigations into the disappearance of Marion Barter?
No, sir.
Now, can you describe the male acquaintance that was with Marion when they arrived at your house in Wollongbar?
I described it to the police. He was wearing a uniform and...
Well, pausing there, can you describe the uniform, please?
Well, it was a blue uniform, and he had a white cap, and it was, I thought, I can't make difference between the, I thought it was either a pilot or a Navy officer. That's all.
Did Marion introduce you to this
No, she
man?
didn't. She didn't. They come out. They come out of the van. I opened the garage door. They pick up the boxes, and they went. They went their merry way.
Did you introduce yourself to this
No.
individual who was about to enter your premises?
No. No. She may have said Eric, but I can't recall, can't remember.
And what did you talk about on this occasion, the last occasion you ever saw Marion Barter?
Didn't talk about anything.
Not what you're doing, where you're going?
No. She said that they were delivering the boxes to a air cargo on the Gold Coast. I thought since that it surely wouldn't be hard for the police to find out, because I don't think that in 1997 that they would, because the Gold Coast airport wasn't as busy as it is now, but there wouldn't be that many airlines doing air freight from the Gold Coast. I may be wrong, but that was my thought.
Mr. Bloom, I just want you to go back in time.
Yes?
And think carefully
Yes.
about what was said on that last occasion that you assert you ever saw Marion Barter.
Yes.
What did
she may have said.
What did she say to you?
She may have said.
Well, not may. I don't want you to guess, please. I want you to tell Her Honour
Okay.
what you remember was said to you by Marion Barter on the last occasion you assert you ever saw her.
I can hardly remember if she said, but she might have said Rick, and then they pick up their boxes, put them in the van, and they went. The assumption that there was school didactic material is because what she said to me before, but not there and then.
Can I just ask a bit more detail? Like I said yesterday, every bit of detail
Yes,
is potentially useful.
yes.
How did you know that Marion had arrived at your house?
Because she rang me. No, she rang me.
When did she ring you?
She rang me that day, that morning, I suppose.
And what did she say?
Well, she just said that she was coming to pick up the boxes.
And then what happened? How did you know she had arrived?
I was in the house.
How did you know she had arrived if you were in the house?
The noise of the entrance to the garage is sort of going down, and I heard the noise of the van because I was right behind the garage, that left wall of the garage. I had there's a little room that I was using as an office, and that room has a window to the entrance of the garage.
So you were sitting in that room?
Oh, so yes, that's right.
And what did you see?
I saw the van coming, yes.
And what did you see the van do?
The van came, the van went towards the van went towards the left of the garage on the street and reversed to garage door.
And did you mention to Marion where the boxes were in the phone?
No, I opened the garage door, and the box was there to be seen.
Thank you.
And did you assist with the packing of the tea chests into the van?
No, sir.
And did Marion carry the boxes, or did the male acquaintance?
The male fellow took the boxes.
And did he use a trolley, or did he carry them?
No, he carried them. Same as the fellow who brought them in.
And can you describe the appearance of this individual?
Well, I would say he was about 6 feet high. He was of solid build. Depends what we call solid, but he was not what you call that. He was not. He was not frail, and.
About what age, from your appearance, based on your opinion?
His appearance, about the 50-ish.
And was he Caucasian, or?
I'd say he was. Sometimes. I think he was, but you can't always tell.
What colour hair did he have?
Sorry?
What colour hair did he have?
It was dark, but sort of greyish. Yeah.
Did he wear glasses or not?
No, he wasn't wearing glasses. Can't remember.
And you did not speak to this individual?
No, I didn't. He didn't introduce himself. I didn't speak to him. They were there for a good 5 minutes. And that was it.
Did they disclose to you what they were going to do with the boxes?
Well, I think that she said they were going to, I'm not 100% sure. I think she said they were going to the cargo firm on the Gold Coast.
And do you remember anything else about what their intentions were once they left your residence at Wallingbar?
No. No, sir. In
your statement, and if you require a copy, Mr. Boone, I'll have the court officer provide you with volume 8, tab 280.
Yes.
It starts at 2205. I want to take you to 2207, which is page 3 of the statement, Mr. Bloom.
Page 3?
Yes. Of the statement itself.
Oh, right, sorry.
Do you have your police statement that you signed in June of last year?
No, that's page 3, Mr. Bloom.
Page 3 of the statement itself, or if you want to work off the red numbering.
I'm sorry.
Red page number 2207, do you see that?
Yeah, that's right.
Take a moment, please. Paragraph 15, which is at the foot of the page,
yes.
You say, this is what you tell police on the 9th of June last year.
Yes.
Quote, I recall that Marion told me that she and the man I believe to be a Navy officer or pilot were travelling to Europe together to go on the Orient Express.
Yes.
Now, is that a true statement that I've just read to you?
Yes, it's correct.
She said that she already had the tickets for the Orient Express.
That's right.
Marion did not tell me how long she was going overseas for.
No.
She told me that she was going to live in the United Kingdom with this man.
Yes.
And wanted to open a private school.
Yes.
In England.
Yes.
And do you swear on your oath today that that is what Marion Barter told you?
At the time, yes.
On the last time you saw her?
Not on the last time. She told me that she bought the Orient Express tickets already before.
No, but just read quietly to yourself the first sentence, Mr. Bloom.
Yeah.
I want to suggest to you it could only have been at the time that you saw her in Wallingbar.
No, sir. She told me that in her
How could you deduce that when she told you in her home in Southport
yes.
that she was going to travel to Europe to go on the Orient Express, that it was going to be with a naval officer or pilot?
I didn't. She didn't say it was a naval officer or a pilot. She didn't say that. She said that she was going with a man, but she didn't say it was a naval officer or a pilot.
And did you yourself have any discussions with Marion Barter going on the Orient Express with her
No,
in
sir.
1997?
No, sir.
And have you invented this story to give you cover, to put some distance between you and Marion Barter,
No.
to enable the police
I'm
to consider
sure.
someone else who may have been with Marion Barter?
I'm sure she would have said the same thing to her family and her friends. I'm sure, because she was always talking about the Orient Express. I'm sure.
But not with you, you say?
Well, she told me that she was going on the Orient Express, but she never mentioned that, I never said that I was going to go with her. No.
Did you ever discuss with Marion travelling with her anywhere whilst you were together in 1997?
No. When I left last time, the relationship was over, and that was it. I never discussed going with her.
Was the van that Marion and the unknown male acquaintance arrived in at your premises in Wallingbar a rental van?
That's what I thought, because it was the type of transit van that was used by rent. It didn't have any names or anything on it, but it was the type that rental companies rent out.
But it had no branding on
No,
it?
it had no branding on, no.
And do you deny, Mr. Bloom, that you did not suggest to Marion Barter that you take possession of her belongings before she went overseas?
Sorry?
I'll put it another way, Mr. Bloom. Did you suggest to Marion Barter that you would be quite happy
No, I
to
didn't.
take possession of her belongings
No, she's the one.
before she went overseas?
She's the one who asked. I didn't suggest anything.
And I take it you did not suggest to her that you could take possession of her belongings until she returned from her overseas trip?
No, sir. No.
You're on a super time.
Take the morning adjournment and resume at 12.
So, case of 10, constitution of temporary Case of scan. Correspondence issue.
Yes, Mr. Castleton.
Thank you, Honour. Mr. Bloom, I want to take you to a topic that I raised with you briefly on the 16th of February this year in your evidence before Her Honour, and it relates to an entity known as RENOV, that's R-E-N-O-V for Victor, pubs. Do you remember a series of questions about
Yes,
that?
I send.
Finish your answer, please. You sent.
I send.
A document to my instructing solicitor.
That's right, yes.
And to assist you, and of course, Her Honour, Mr. Bloom, that was tendered as part of the material that's contained in volume 12 yesterday. And this is a document in your handwriting, is it not? Found at page 3339 of volume 12, behind tab 351, and it's a letter dated the 28th of January 2022, addressed to my instructing solicitor, in which you say this, quote, in regard to subpoena for production of documents relating to RENOV pubs, I wish to advise that I was never involved in that business and therefore cannot produce any kind of documents related to it.
That's right.
And then signed by yourself. And on the 16th of February this year, at transcript page 360, I took you to some material that was contained within a statement provided by a Ms. Joni, J-O-N-I, Condos, C-O-N-D-O-S, in relation to RENOV pubs. And in relation to that enterprise, that business, you said that you have no recollection of registering that business and that you denied that, and you referred to my affidavit that you sent my instructing solicitor, which is the document contained in volume 12. Do you today still maintain you have no involvement in relation to an enterprise known as RENOV pubs?
I never was involved in any enterprise in Belgium.
Before you received the subpoena
Yes.
for production of documents, had you heard of RENOV pubs?
That doesn't ring a bell, no.
Rings no bells. Your Honour, could the witness please be provided with volume 11
Yes.
of the brief of evidence? And Mr. Bloom, or the officer,
Yeah.
would turn up tab 340 to page 3251.
2, 5.
Do you see there, page 3251, Mr. Bloom,
Yes.
a search that's been produced?
Yes.
And I just want to take you through this document slowly.
Yes, yes.
You see under the heading registered entity data,
Yeah.
there's a subheading in general and then a further subheading enterprise number.
Yeah.
And you see that 0858.473.358. See that?
Yes.
And then below that, the status is described as active.
Yes.
And then below that, legal situation, normal situation since October 1, 1968.
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
Start date, October 1, 1968. Name, De Heverberry, Frederick.
Yes.
And that's your name, is it not?
Yes, yes.
Has been your name at different times. Do you accept that?
Yes.
And then it says since May 25, 2021. Since the 25th of May 2021, that's last year,
Yeah.
this enterprise number
Yes.
appears to be related to you. You see that?
I never.
Know nothing about it.
No, nothing about it. I'm
All right.
100% sure about it.
All right. Well, we move further down the page to the subheading functions, and then the subheading beneath that, founder, registered entity and natural person, De Heverberry Frederick, since October 1, 1968.
Yes.
Did you, on the 1st of October 1968, register an enterprise with the number 0858.473.358?
No, sir.
Right. You then turn to the next page, page 3252. And if you go towards the top of the page to the enterprise number, will you agree with me that that enterprise number is the exact same enterprise number that I took you to in the page before, page 3251?
Yes. Yes.
Right. And do you see that the status of the entity is still described as active? The start date is still described as October 1, 1968.
Yes.
And then it says, name of the establishment unit, Renov Pubs. You see that?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Now, can you throw any light on why it is that an enterprise number, which is in identical terms, which has an establishment unit or name of Renov Pubs, that appears to be associated with Frederick de Heverberry from 1 October 1968 and more recently 25 May 2021, is registered in Belgium?
I quitted Belgium. Can't exactly remember, but 40 or 50 years ago. I know.
Is the answer to my question you
Yes.
don't know?
I don't. I don't know. I never had that anything to do with that business. No.
I'll continue on and we'll see whether it prompts any recollections or memories. Beneath the words Renov Pubs, do you see name in French since October 1, 1968?
Yes.
And then do you see an address immediately below that? Could you just read out the address, please?
It's 40. I mean, it's Rue des Francs 40 in Etterbeek.
Rue de France
40.
46 1040
46.
Etterbeek.
Yes.
And is that a suburb in Brussels, in Belgium?
Yes, it is where the, well, whatever. It
Where
is
what?
where the it's like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. It's this one there in Brussels, in that area.
And is that an address known to you?
Yes, it's an apartment building.
And is it an apartment building that you yourself have visited?
It's an apartment building where I have lived.
You have lived?
Yes.
So that's an address where you once lived?
Where I once lived, yes.
And did you live there with anyone?
No, sir.
That was your own apartment.
That's right, sir.
You did not cohabitate with anyone, to the best of your recollection,
To the
at that
best
address?
To the best of my recollection. I don't think so.
And are you able to say when you lived at that address
Well, before
in Belgium?
Before leaving, so.
Before leaving Belgium?
Yes.
And was that in the 70s sometime? It would be in the very early 70s. When you met your wife?
That's right. I didn't met her there, but...
Did you, and I might just, with your honour's leave, provide to your honour and to Mr Bloom a bundle of documents. A copy for Mr Bloom and a working copy for Her Honour.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, could you assume from me that the first two documents in this short bundle, Mr Bloom, are documents that have been obtained from the National Archives of Australia?
Yes.
If you go to the second page of the material that I've provided to you,
Yes.
I want you to assume that the document that you see before you on the second page of the bundle, and indeed the first page, immigration records that relate to your third wife, Ilona Kinzel.
Yes.
And do you see on the second page an identical address to the address that you once lived in at Brussels as 46 Rue de France? You see that?
Yes, 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 yes.
Did you live at that address with Ilona Kinzel?
She may have come there, but I don't think she lived.
Now, you don't think
Sorry,
she
I
did?
can't remember, sir.
Do you accept, Mr Bloom, that on the 13th of October 2014
Yes.
you changed your name to Rick Bloom?
Yes.
And if you go to the third page of the bundle, starting at the top, and this is
Yes.
a similar search
Yes.
of a registrar, you see the same enterprise number that I've taken you to on two
Yes.
previous occasions, that the status is active in relation
Yes.
to that enterprise number, which relates to Renoff pubs.
Yes.
It's been active since October 1, 1968. It started on October 1, 1968.
Yes.
And do you see the name Rick Bloom?
Yes.
Since June 10, 2015, so about 8 months after you had changed your name to Rick
Yes.
Bloom, does that not suggest that you have had some ongoing involvement with this entity or enterprise known as Renoff Pubs?
No, sir. It might, yeah, but no. I'm sorry, no.
And then,
I never had any enterprise or business at that address. Never.
you don't have any memory today of changing some document relating to Renoff Pubs
No, sir.
in June of 2015
No, sir.
when you were known as Rick Bloom?
No, 2015. No. I was here.
And what about the 25th of May last year, changing a register from Rick Bloom to Frederick de Heverberry?
No, sir.
Don't have any memory of that?
No, sir. No, sir.
And then if you go, please, Mr Bloom, to the last document in the bundle, I want to suggest to you that it's the same enterprise that we've been discussing.
Yeah.
You see a search there that identifies Rick Bloom,
Yes.
11 April 2022. Now that's about 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to do with Renoff Pubs or the enterprise or company number 0858 473 358?
No, sir. And you say how many weeks ago?
Well, you can see it for yourself, can you
Yeah.
not? It says name Rick Bloom
Yes, yes.
since April 11, 2022. Do you have any business or company that's active in Europe?
No, sir. No.
Are you able to provide any explanation whilst your various names appear on what ostensibly is a public record or register
No explanation.
relating to an entity known as Renoff Pubs?
No, sir. I never had anything to do with Renoff Pubs. And I was here, living here at what date was it?
Was it anything to do with your photography?
No, sir. No, not at all. No. No.
Have you ever used an entity in Europe to hold funds? To hold?
No. 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 No.
Does that entity ring any bells in relation to the family furniture business to which you've given evidence?
No, no, sir. No.
You simply cannot throw any light on why it is.
No.
2 weeks ago, it
Yeah.
appears that Rick Bloom has had some involvement with a register related to Renoff Pubs.
The last business I was involved with was my family. And that's about this, let's say 40 years ago in Luxembourg. And afterwards when I was, pardon me, afterwards when I was living with the same business, the same family, and it was called, I'll give you the article of the newspaper that you showed me before.
Yes.
And it states the name of the business in there, and that's business I was involved with in Europe. I never had anything to do. Somebody's been using my name, especially April 22. That's only a few months ago.
A couple of weeks ago.
A couple of weeks ago.
Mr. Bloom. Do you agree that it's rather curious?
It's curious, yes, but
And you can't assist Her Honour in understanding
no,
that matter any more than
no.
you have?
No.
All right. Were you provided recently, Mr. Bloom, with volume 12 of
Yes. Yes.
And did you take the time to read it?
Yes.
And did you see some correspondence contained within volume 2 under your hand
Yes.
to Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
And did you take the time to read those letters and cards that you sent to
Yes.
Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
And do you recall in February this year that I asked you a series of questions in relation to Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
And whether or not you had an extramarital affair with Monique
Yes.
Cornelius of a sexual nature?
Yes.
And you denied that?
That's right.
And that you insisted that it was nothing more than a platonic relationship?
That's exactly right.
That is, in a sense, a non-sexual relationship? Have I fairly summarised your evidence
Yes.
earlier this year?
Yes.
Could I ask you to turn up, please, the correspondence that you sent Monique Cornelius,
We'll just get volume 12.
volume 12, Your Honour.
Yes, I read it, so no.
Just get it in front of you.
Yeah.
And do you see at tab 359, sub-tab capital A, page 3478? 3478, bottom right-hand corner.
7, 8.
Do you have the page number?
No, not quite yet. Yes.
And do you see at page 3478 a colour copy of an envelope
Yes, yes, yes.
addressed to Monique Cornelius with an address in Luxembourg,
Yes.
and that there's an Australian postage stamp for $1.20. You see that?
Yes.
And do you then see between page 3479 and 3483
Yes.
a lengthy letter that you wrote
Yes.
to Monique Cornelius?
Yes.
And you accept that that's your handwriting?
Yes.
And if you go to page 3483, you accept that you signed that off as Rick?
Yes.
And that's a letter, it's not dated the 8th of August 1980.
Yeah.
Page 3479.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah.
And you go then, please, to page 3484.
3, 4.
Behind tab 359 capital B.
Yes.
Do you see there an English translation
Yes.
of your letter?
Yes.
And you've addressed it, "Hello, my beloved one."
Yes.
You then say, "To my heart that I received your letter."
Yes.
And then you go on to say, in the second paragraph, "This I am, only I am Frederick, not Fernand, Pit Andre, X or Y, Z. What is important is the theories that life and her problems, if my sentiments are found to echo in your heart, if you decide to marry me, one day my father will say to you," and then you go on.
Yes.
Do you maintain at this time that you were in a platonic relationship with
Yes, I did.
Monique
It was
Cornelius?
those letters. It's all infatuation. So I wasn't in Luxembourg. I sent them some 40 years ago, I'd say. clergyman. But
You then go on to say at the foot of page 3484,
yes,
I love you, Monique, and you are an authentic magician who possesses the gift to beautify every moment that I live close to you.
yes,
You are not only my woman, not only mine, but the whole adventure. You carry with you a perpetual renewal that allows the biggest lovers to never come monsters. With you I know the beauty of a big love and nothing of these little grudges.
As I said it before, it was all infatuation. I have no. This happened so many years ago. I don't have any reason to lie. I don't have any reason to lie. It won't change anything if I said yes or no.
Well, what I want, and if need be, I'll go through line by line, Mr. Bloom.
No, it's okay.
Do you still maintain that you did not have any sexual relationship with Monique Cornelius?
I do.
May I continue? Page 3485. You say, yes, I am crazy, and I scream, I've made it. Oh, you beautiful bastards, I've made it. Monique, I'm crazy, because you're the heaven I'll turn to out of every storm. Monique, I'm crazy, and I have to tell you one more way, and I know that you accept the compliment. It is Australian and so explicit, of our wild nature, but never mind, Monique, you're a song in a man's testicles.
Yes.
Do you still maintain you did not have any sexual relationship?
Yes, and I.
May I continue? You continue to say, next paragraph, Mr. Bloom, I want to say in my maternal language, that's to say, my enchantress, I have never in my life made love like that with anyone before. I feel completely drunk with it.
But
You have somehow put a spell on me, and I find a magic even just touching your arm. You make the whole thing so lyrical, so beautiful. Again, I come to the question, Mr. Bloom, do you maintain that you did not have sexual relationships with Monique?
I do, and as I told you before, this is it's all perfidious. I never had a sexual relationship with Monique Cornelius. Never did, and it's all. I don't know. It's all. I don't deny I've written the letter, but it's all part of my. I used to jot. I used to read and jot things every day, and that's all there is to it. I have my counsellor at the beginning of this told me that I should always tell the truth, and that I was covered by.
Mr. Bloom, you're going off on a tangent. You're going off on a tangent. You've answered my question. You still maintain you did not have a sexual relationship with Monique Cornelius. I'm doing this as a matter of fairness.
Yes.
You go on to say in your letter, Monday I leave for the UK and Ireland, a few days to buy our boat. I will look at a 40-foot, brackets 12 metres, close brackets, sloop, which will suit us perfectly for what we want to do.
Yes.
I simply want to get to know this country, which is as sweet as your smile, pretty as your eyes, and warm like the love that I have for you. I am intimately persuaded that you will not regret your decision to leave with me and to start a new life.
It was, as I said before, it was infatuation. I never had a relationship, sexual relationship with Monique Cornelius. Never had. And
did you suggest to Monique Cornelius, Mr. Bloom, when you knew her, that you and her should marry and start a new life? by sailing off into the sunset, so to speak?
When I first knew her, no, sir, that was the 19, that was,
Is the answer to my question yes or no?
yes, I know, but it was 40 or 50 years ago. Crying.
Do you see a pattern that may be emerging, Mr. Bloom, in relation to what you may have said to different women at different times over the course of many, many years?
No, sir, no.
You know there's allegations being levelled against you by a number of women who have suggested by them that you have suggested that they start a new life by either selling a house or entering into a business proposition with you to relocate to Europe.
No. You refer to...
I could name Janet Oldenburg.
That's right.
I can name Jeanette Gaffney Bowen.
Yes.
It seems from your correspondence with Monique Cornelius that you were suggesting to her to marry and to start a new life.
No, sir.
And all this while, in relation to all these women, you've been married.
No, sir.
With no intention, I suggest to you, of leaving your wife.
No, sir, I never had intention to leave my wife, no.
What was the point of it all, Mr. Bloom?
It was just, as I said to you, it was just infatuation. I can't explain any other ways. You know, things you think yourself, things you don't normally discuss or divulge, except that I've written the letters. Yes, I admit I've written the letters, but if it was, how can I put it? If it was true, there'd be no difference to say no, because like my counselor said, tell the truth, and that's why I said no all the time. He said, you're covered by a license, you know, you're not,
Mr. Bloom, you're going off on a tangent again.
Okay.
Do you accept that you ended this letter to Monique Cornelius in August of 1980 with the words, "Bye for now, my love. Take care of yourself because I love you insanely. Sleep, but my heart watches. A million big kisses and hugs."
Yes,
And you say that's just...
I said that I sent those letters, yes, I'm not disputing that.
And there's nothing of substance beneath your words, is that what you say? It was pure fantasy on your part.
That's right. Look.
Have you read Monique Cornelius's response in volume 12 of the material before Her Honour?
Yes.
Did you read on page 3504 where Monique Cornelius, in response to some questions by New South Wales Police Force detectives,
Oh, yes, yes.
says F, which is reference to you, Frederick, is always lying. He does not tell the truth to those around him. He invents and tells stories, and always other stories, constantly to cover his tracks and thus hide the truth about his own actions and his true goals and interests. That's how he manipulates. He manipulated me and lied too. For example, at the beginning of our relationship, he told me that he worked for the British Embassy in Luxembourg as a special agent.
I already said no to
For
that.
me, he's a very big and dangerous manipulator.
Yeah.
She goes on to say our relationship was romantic and sexual.
It was.
Mr. Bloom,
I said to you before, if I had any, I'm telling the truth, the simple truth, and it wouldn't have been a problem if I said it otherwise.
do I understand you that you're saying that Monique Cornelius is lying when she says
She's lying.
our relationship was romantic and sexual?
Yes, she's lying about everything. She's lying about that she never came to the factory. She's lying that the parents were not living next by. She's lying that she never went to playgrounds with my son. She's lying all along. She's a liar. She's lying.
And what benefit do you believe Monique Cornelius would have in lying about such personal matters?
Just because just to bury me. Simple as that.
Why would she, in your view, wish to bury you?
Because
What did you do to her that would make her so angry with you that she needs to bury you?
never did anything. I thought she was a good friend. Always thought of that until this came. I always thought she was one of my best friends in life. I always thought of that.
And when she says in her response at page 3508, when I found out that Frederick was married and had a wife, I threw him out of my apartment. He disappeared and I never saw him again.
That's untrue.
That you say is another lie by Monique Cornelius.
That's right. She came to my place.
You'd been to her apartment, had you not, Mr. Bloom?
Yes.
But you maintain today that you never had a sexual relationship with
I
Monique
do.
Cornelius.
Sir, what difference would it make? What difference would it make? Like my solicitor said, just tell the truth and you'll be fine.
I don't want you to give evidence about confidential matters that have taken place between you and your solicitor.
And I'm telling the truth. I never thought that she was like that. I thought she was my best friend. I always did.
And
Always did. Like I went to the Bosch factory with her. She said she didn't. And it's,
And like Monique Cornelius, do you say that Jeanette Gaffney Bowen is also lying when she has given sworn evidence that you sought to persuade her to sell her house and move to Paris?
that's a lie. I only stayed in a place 2 nights. I remember.
And like Monique Cornelius, do you say that Jeanette Gaffney Bowen, when she has given sworn evidence that you discussed with her plans to be married, to start a business together, that is also a lie?
Yes. Yes.
Do you also say, like Monique Cornelius and Jeanette Gaffney Bowen, that Janet Oldenburg, when she has given sworn evidence that you said to her, let's start a life afresh, let's move to the French Riviera, that was also a lie?
That was a lie. Yes. All she wanted is to go on the stage.
And was Janet Oldenburg also lying when she said that you and her had planned to settle in Europe?
Yes.
Do you see a pattern emerging, Mr.
I
Bloom?
What benefit would it be to me to lie?
Would you come back to my question, please? Do you see a pattern emerging in relation to allegations by women that have been levelled against you?
They're probably because they're that type of woman. Look, jeez. Yes.
Did you?
I have read, and I agree that I sent those letters. Yes, I do, but it was pure infatuation. That's all.
Did you, like what's been alleged against you by Monique Cornelius, Jeanette Gaffney Bowen and Janet Oldenburg, suggest to Marion Barter that you move to Europe
Never.
and start a fresh life?
Never, sir. Never. Never had that kind of conversation with.
You never sought to take advantage of Marion Barter as a single, middle-aged woman?
She was involved with other people. Why would I? Anyway.
I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, that you sought to take advantage of Jeanette Gaffney Bowen, who was a vulnerable, single, middle-aged woman, when you befriended her in late 1998?
No, sir. She's the one who advertised.
And you were the one, Mr. Bloom, who was married and answered the advertisement?
Yes, I know that. I said.
And you know that she has alleged against you providing funds to you in the order of $28,000 to $30,000.
Yes, she does. She did that, and I once again, I never took any money from any of those women. Never took any money from her. Never took any money from what's her name? In Woodburn, and I never took any money.
When you're referring to Woodburn, are you referring to Janet Oldenburg?
That's right. I never took money from her.
But she alleges against you that you obtained from her some items of jewellery.
Well,
correct?
Well, no, I went back and gave her jewellery back, and then, yes, she alleged that I took a silver chain. Oh, Jesus Christ.
And Mr. Bloom, I want to suggest to you, like I just suggested a moment ago, that you sought to take advantage of Janet Oldenburg in 1999, who was a single, middle-aged, vulnerable woman.
No, sir. I never took advantage of her. Never.
I want to suggest to you, in relation to both Jeanette Gaffney Bowen and Jeanette Oldenburg, that you sought to take advantage of them to provide to you a personal financial benefit.
No, sir. No, sir.
And do you say that you did not seek to benefit in any way from your relationship with Marion Barter?
No, I never did. Never.
Personal or financial?
No. How could I go? How could I possibly go into a bank account? Just.
I didn't suggest that, Mr.
Oh, right.
Bloom.
But That's what it said in the volumes. Never. And I never went to a bank with her, although in the volumes they said that she'd been to a bank in Southport, I think, from memory, and she went to a bank on the Gold Coast somewhere else. Anyway, and that she herself withdraw amounts of money, and I had to it that she never gave me a razoo. Never.
Are you referring to the colloquial saying razoo?
Yes.
Meaning nothing?
Nothing. Never gave me a razoo. Never.
You see the tendency evidence I want to suggest to you, Mr. Bloom, in relation to your answering of advertisements placed by women. You've admitted to answering at least 2 advertisements placed by women looking for companionship.
Yes, I said to you that I can't remember which volume, but somewhere a sister of Marion, a sister who lived.
You gave evidence of this yesterday, Mr. Bloom.
Yeah, all right.
Contained in the material, you've made reference to it. You've also given evidence about it.
That's right.
Can I ask you this? Why were you answering women who were looking for love?
Just, as I told you, fantasy.
Your fantasy?
My fantasy, yes, my fantasy. My fantasy, my lectures.
Could you...
My reading, I didn't mean lectures.
Do you appreciate now the hurt or harm you could have caused those women when your deception was revealed?
What harm did I cause to any of them? The one in Woodenbonk.
I suggest, Mr. Bloom, if we take Ms. Gaffney Bowen as an example.
Yes.
She was looking for friendship in the hope that it would become a more permanent relationship.
I understand.
That was her expectation.
Maybe I understand that, yes.
And in circumstances where, on her account, you haven't disclosed to her that you're married, there's a deception being visited upon her by you in terms of your true intentions. Do you accept that?
It wasn't a deception as such. No.
You'd answered it with the greatest respect, Mr.
Yes,
Bloom. You've answered an advertisement by a woman seeking companionship.
Yes.
You answer it and you don't disclose to her that you're in a permanent relationship of many years, of which there are 2 children.
Yes, I didn't.
That, with the greatest respect, is a clear deception.
Oh, well, it's a deception.
And do you accept that in circumstances where a woman has gone to the extent of seeking out companionship and learns sometime after the advertisement's been answered and she has entered into a relationship of sorts, that the person she's entered into the relationship with is a married man, that could cause harm or hurt to her?
There's thousands of them on the internet every day. Thousands of them.
Will you answer my question, please, Mr. Bloom?
And I never thought it was deceiving.
Being less than frank, candid or honest about your marital status could not be deceptive. Is that what you say to Her Honour today?
No, I didn't say that. It is deceptive, but I didn't have the intention of deceit. No intention.
You never disclosed up front at the time that you've answered the ad that you're a married man.
I know that.
And I want to suggest to you that is a clear deception that is misleading to the person, in this case, Jeanette Gaffney Bowen, who's placed an ad looking for companionship. Do you accept that?
Yes, but like I said to you, is it a crime? It's every day on the internet. There's thousands every day.
I'm simply wanting to explore with you, Mr. Bloom, that could you appreciate the harm or hurt that deception, that non-disclosure by you of your marital status could have on a woman such as Ms. Gaffney Bowen?
But when I, for instance, when I went to, the first day I went to her place,
Can you answer my question, please,
yes,
Mr. Bloom?
there was a guy.
Do you today appreciate that your actions, by being less than frank as to your marital status, could cause harm or hurt on a woman such as Ms. Gaffney Bowen, who was looking for companionship?
I just answer you this.
Please be responsive to my question.
Yes. It might have been, but when I went to see her the first day, there was a guy in a Peugeot car outside that she went to talk to.
You haven't answered my question with the greatest respect, Mr. Bloom.
Yes, it may be deceptive. Yes,
And it may cause harm or hurt to the person who has placed an ad and is looking for companionship. Do you accept that, Mr. Bloom?
well, I accept that.
And when you told Marion Barter on the third occasion that you saw her
Yes.
in Southport
Yes,
and told her you no longer wanted to continue the charade,
yes.
did you stop to think then that you might cause harm or hurt to her who was looking for companionship, having placed an ad and you having answered it?
There were other men there in her life.
Can you direct your attention, please, Mr.
Yes.
Bloom, to my question?
Yes. Yes.
Do you accept that when you told her that you could no longer continue the charade,
Yes.
that is referring to the deception you were visiting upon Marion Barter and indeed your wife, that could have caused hurt or harm to Marion Barter, who was looking for companionship?
Yes, it did, and it certainly did it to my wife too. Yes. Mostly to my wife.
And do you know today what hurt and harm you may have caused Marion Barter when you ended your relationship with her?
No, sir. No. I can only say that she was affairs with other men plenty.
You've answered my question with the greatest respect, Mr. Bloom.
Yes, I know.
Mr. Bloom, I want to play something to you now, if I may. Please listen and watch intently.
Yes.
No, I'm not kidding. I expect you to answer my question seriously.
No. Go back.
Did you in any way harm?
Go just a minute. Do you see there, Mr. Bloom, yourself on screen?
Yes, I do, yes.
And do you agree with me that this is the electronic record of interviews
Yes.
that was conducted with you by New South Wales Police Force detectives on the 14th of September 2021?
Yes.
And what is about to be shown to you and to Her Honour is a section that commences at question 677 and ends at about question 681, which is found at page 61 of that record of interview. Would you please listen and watch intently?
Mr. Bloom, did you murder Marion Barter?
Kidding?
No, I'm not kidding, and I expect you to answer my question seriously.
No,
Did you in any way harm Marion Barter?
no, I never harm anyone.
Did you have any interaction with Marion Barter when she returned to Australia after the 2nd of August 1997?
No,
Do you know where she is?
no.
Were the answers that you just gave to the various questions by New South Wales detectives
Yes,
truthful answers?
truthful answers, yes.
And you're quite sure of that, Mr. Bloom?
Yes, I'm quite sure of that.
Mr. Bloom, present in court today, as they have been most days, is the family of Marion Barter.
Yes,
The family, and in particular Marion's daughter, Sally Layden, have been searching for Marion Barter, seeking to locate Marion Barter for nearly 25 years.
I understand that.
Is there any additional information that you can provide to Her Honour now that could assist Marion's family and indeed New South Wales Police in locating Marion Barter?
Well, I wouldn't know where she is, but I never saw her. I never saw her after the day she came and picked up her boxes. I never saw her again. And as I said before, the police told me that she was living in a motel.
Mr. Bloom, if you can't provide any additional information in response to my question, please say so.
No, I can't provide any more information.
Are you quite certain of that?
Certain of that.
Your Honour, I note the time. Can I tender the 4-page document that I took Mr. Bloom to, which contained 2 pages produced by the National Archives of Australia in relation to the immigration records of Ilona Kinsel, and 2 pages of public search material in relation to Renoff pubs.
Yes, that'll be Exhibit 19.
May I please the Court?
We'll take the lunch adjournment now. We'll resume at 2 o'clock.
So on special staff, this goes now. silence, please all stand. Coroner's Court is now resumed.
Ms Smith. Sorry, Ms Burke. That was confusing.
Your Honour, thank you very much. I have no questions.
Thank you. Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Mr Bloom, I appear for Sally Layden, the daughter of Marion Barter and her family, who are sitting behind me in court today. You recall yesterday, Mr Bloom, that you brought up your diagnosis of Parkinson's disease?
Yes.
And that's been discussed today as well?
Yes.
And you brought along yesterday with you a letter from your doctor?
Yes.
Correct? Do you recall when you brought up the issue of your Parkinson's diagnosis yesterday?
Yes, I talked to a lady of the police.
Mm. And you did that after Mr Castleton pointed out that you had said, in answer to one of his questions, she, meaning Marion, answered my ad. You remember saying that?
Sorry.
You said yesterday, in answer to Mr Castleton's questions about how you met Marion Barter in 1997, she, meaning Marion, answered my ad. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
Yes, I did, but it was me who answered her ad.
And you also brought up your Parkinson's diagnosis yesterday.
Yes.
After you had contradicted your wife's evidence that she gave back in February, that the last time you saw Marion Barter was in Southport. That's what you had told her.
Yes.
Whereas yesterday you said the last time you saw Marion Barter was in Wollongbar.
Yes, that's true.
Mr Bloom, did you bring up your Parkinson's diagnosis as an excuse for those mistakes that you made in your evidence yesterday?
No.
Did you bring it up because your story is that Marion Barter placed the ad, but what really happened is that you placed the ad in the paper?
No, I didn't place the ad. She did.
And why didn't you tell Her Honour about your Parkinson's diagnosis at the start of your evidence yesterday? Why didn't you say, Your Honour, there's something I want to mention. I've got this letter from my doctor that I'd like to give you.
No, I talked to the police lady there, and she said that they won't do anything about today. I mean, yesterday that was. And so that's why I mentioned it this morning. They said they'll be dealing with it tomorrow.
And why didn't you bring it up last time in February?
Because in February I didn't have it last time. I saw a specialist after I was here last time.
But you say you were diagnosed with Parkinson's in March 2021, correct?
No, I wasn't. But not in March. After I saw the specialist he came to my place. He came from Lismore, and after my doctor got his report, I was confirmed with Parkinson.
And you said yesterday that your Parkinson's gives you headaches and causes your brain to go foggy. Is that right? And did your doctor tell you it causes that, did she?
Doctor what?
Did your doctor tell you that it causes that, did she?
Yeah. And also another disease, but I can't remember.
And you recall last time in February you brought up in your evidence your wife's skull condition, craniosynostosis,
Yes.
and you handed a document
Yes.
to those assisting Her Honour,
Yes.
and you tried to suggest that that affected her memory, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall when you raised that issue last time in February? What was being discussed in evidence at that time?
No.
You raised that issue after Mr. Castleton asked you why your wife only knew 5 of your aliases when you had admitted to using 13 aliases.
No.
And as soon as that issue arose, you brought up your wife's craniosynostosis issue.
Yeah.
Did you bring that up as an excuse for why you hadn't disclosed to your wife of 46 years the 13 aliases that you admit you have used?
No, sir.
Now, despite what you said yesterday about your Parkinson's giving you headaches and causing your brain to go foggy, you'll recall that Mr. Castleton asked you about your trip to Europe in the middle of 1997. Do you remember that topic?
Yes.
And you told Her Honour in minute detail yesterday, I suggest to you, sharp as a tack, about where you went on that trip. You visited your cousin, Jean-Pierre. You visited your friend, Alphonse Caprillion. You spent 4 weeks near Montpellier
Yes.
discussing and viewing horses.
Yes.
You had no difficulty recalling any of that detail, did you?
Not especially, no. I was asked where I was and I answered to the best of my knowledge. So
You remembered that detail from 1997, correct?
because that was the I think that was the last time I saw my friend. No, that's all I can say.
So you remember that trip clearly because it was the last time you saw your friend, is that right?
I remember that because I went to the Camargue area and something I wanted to do all my life.
But you'd agree with me, wouldn't you, that you've had great difficulty recalling other events in 1997, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've had great difficulty in your evidence in recalling other events in 1997, haven't you?
I agree, but horses have been a passion of my life. That's all.
And do you have a vivid memory of your other overseas trips, of which you've taken many?
Yes, I took many, yes.
And do you have a vivid memory of them?
No. No.
Just the one in 1997, do you say?
That one because... No, not only that one. But that one particularly because as I said, I went to the Camargue area and spent lots of times with the Gauchos and because it's a lifetime passion of mine and probably why I am like I am now because of what happened to me then.
Do you have a vivid memory of that trip because you need to explain why you were in Europe at the same time as Marion Barter?
No. Has nothing to do with Marion Barter.
Well, we'll come back to that. I want to go back to your relatives and go over some of that information. Firstly, your birth mother, to the best of your knowledge, is Maria Coppenol, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the court when was the last time you saw her?
Last time I saw her, it's 90. I can't exactly remember the date. But
1980s? 1990s?
80s. Late 80s, yes.
And you said on the last occasion in February that she had died by the 1990s.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes,
And your biological father was David Desiree, is that right?
yes.
And when was the last time you saw him?
Last time I saw him was when the Gestapo came and picked him up.
Is that in the 50s?
Sorry?
Is that in the 50s? 40s?
No, 40.
And your stepfather was Abel Wouters?
That's right.
Also known as Andre Florent Wouters?
Yes.
Is that right? And when was the last time you saw him?
Last time I saw him, probably a year or so before I saw my mother.
In the 1980s?
Yeah, end of the 1980s. I saw my mother, I think it was 1989, I think, when I saw her. So I must have seen him probably the year or 2 years before, because she died before the mother. He died, pardon me, before the mother.
So, do you say he died in about 1987 or earlier than that?
I can't remember, sorry. I think he died a year before the mother, I think.
And do you know what year your mother died?
90.
So, to the best of your knowledge, your mother died in 1990
Yeah,
and your stepfather died in 1989.
yeah, I think so. I'm not 100% sure.
And you had two brothers,
Yes.
correct?
Yes,
Freddie David
yeah,
and Desiree David?
yeah.
And when did Freddie David die?
He died.
You said last time that he died before your stepfather, Andre Wouters. Does
Yes.
that sound right?
Yes,
So if your stepfather died in 1989,
yes,
do you agree Freddie David died before that?
yes.
And your other brother, Desiree,
Yes, and
when did you last see him in person?
I last saw him something like probably 30 years ago, probably, or thereabouts.
You last saw him in person probably 30 years ago,
Yeah.
so about 1990.
Oh, yes, if it's not the case.
Now, your wife gave evidence in February
Yes,
that you had, quote, maybe 3 or 4 relatives in Europe in the 1990s. Do you agree with that?
I have the family on my mother's side. There were 14 children. And so the aunties and uncles were probably close to that, except for those that lost their life during the war. And then probably, I don't know, some I've never met plenty, but probably 2 or 3 dozens of cousins.
So, when your wife told Her Honour that you had, to her knowledge, only 3 or 4 relatives in Europe, does that mean you never told your wife about your 2 or 3 dozen cousins in Europe?
No, as I said, some of them I never have talked to. But
Well, doing the best you can, how many of them have you never spoken to?
oh, maybe 10. Maybe.
So do you say your wife does know about the 2 dozen cousins in Europe or not?
No, she doesn't. Obviously, she only know the ones she herself saw when we went to Europe.
So is it your evidence you've told your wife about these cousins in Europe and she's forgotten, or that you never told her about?
No, we never talked about.
You've never told your wife about them in 46 years of marriage, is that right?
That's right. I mean, I talked of them. I talk of them, of a few of them, but the ones she saw when she came to Europe with me, and the one I was talking about when I went back to Europe on my own.
Jean Pierre in 1997.
Yeah, that was not. I know she knew. She knew of Jean-Pierre, yes.
And in terms of your previous wives, it's right, isn't it, that your first wife was Janine Leroy?
Yes.
And you married her in 1960?
Yes.
And you married her prior to the horse accident that you say you had in that year, is that right?
Yes.
And when did that marriage end?
About 62 or 63. Can't.
So you were married for 2 or 3 years, is that right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, was separated for a long period of time before divorce. But, yeah.
And your second wife was Nicole Renaud,
Yeah.
is that correct? And when did that marriage end?
Pretty soon too. We didn't stay much longer.
And did you marry her soon after Janine Leroy?
After I had a time when I was separated and I had to divorce, so it wasn't soon after. It was sometime, maybe soonish after my divorce.
And your third wife was Ilona Kinzel, is that right?
I didn't stay very, very long with her at all.
Just focus on my question. Your third wife was Ilona Kinzel, is that
Yes.
right? And you married her on the 10th of May 1969 in Brussels.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
And you had a daughter to Ilona Kinzel, is that right?
Yes, so that I'm not sure. But anyway,
Well, you've seen the
yes,
birth
I know
certificate,
that.
haven't
I
you?
know that. I know.
And you accept, do you, that you were the informant?
That's right.
And you accept she was born on the 18th of January 1970 and you were the informant on the birth certificate.
Yes.
So you accept that you
Yes.
were in Sydney in January 1970.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you came to Australia on the 24th of May 1969 for the first time. Is that right?
Yes, I can't exactly remember that. But it was in 69. Yeah.
It was about 2 weeks after you married Ilona Kinzel, correct?
Yeah.
And why did you come to Australia 2 weeks after you married her?
I came to Australia because unbeknown to me, she did emigrate to Australia. She officially emigrated to Australia, and she did all the. I didn't know, and she did all the formality before we were married.
So you were married on the 10th of May,
Yes,
and then she emigrated to Australia after you were married without you knowing. Is
that's
that
right. That's right.
And then you came to Australia on the 24th of May
Yes,
to reunite with her. Is that your
yes.
evidence?
That's on the 24th of May when I first came to Australia. Yes. No, on the first. Yes, the first.
You've accepted already in this inquest, haven't you, that you've been convicted of fraud many times overseas?
Yes,
But you said in February to Her Honour that words to the effect that you have never done anything dishonest in Australia. Is that right?
that's right.
Now, could the witness be shown volume 9? I don't have part 1 and part 2, but it's page 2527. It's volume 9, part 1. Do you see there an incoming passenger card?
Yes,
Dated 24 May 1969?
yes,
And if you turn the page to 2528. Do you see your name, Willie Wooters, at the top?
yes,
And is that your handwriting?
Yes.
Do you see about a quarter of the way down the page, please mark appropriate box thus with a tick?
Yes.
And do you see underneath that you've ticked never married?
Yes.
Why did you tick that when you'd been married to Alona Kinzel 2 weeks before in Brussels, Mr. Bloom?
I don't know. I don't know. Don't know.
You were confused about that?
Sorry?
You were confused about that, were you?
I can't remember, that's all. I'm not confused, I can see it. But I can't remember.
Or was it deliberate or was it a mistake?
No, it's a mistake. Why would I do that deliberately?
And you see further down, section 11, purpose of journey to Australia. You see you ticked holiday?
Yes, because that was the visa I had. It was a tourist visa I had.
And you said that your intended length of stay was 3 months. You see that in the next section, section 12?
Yes.
Was that true?
Yes. Well, I think that was the length of the validity of my visa. I can't remember.
Now, could the witness be taken to page 2367 in the same volume?
2, 6,
2367.
2, 3. Yes, yes, yes.
Now, you should have there a document headed Commonwealth of Australia Aliens Act.
2, 3, 2, 3, 6, 7.
You've got a document headed Commonwealth of Australia Aliens Act.
Yes.
And at the bottom of that document, about the middle of the page, you see the date, 26 May 1969.
Yes.
So that's 2 days after the passenger car we've just been looking at. Do you agree?
Yes.
And the name at the top is Willie Wooters. That was your name at the time, yes?
Yes.
And is this your handwriting?
Yes.
And you see about halfway down the form, sex, M, and then marital status, M.
Yes.
That was marital status, M for married, I take it.
Yes.
Can you explain why you said on that form you were married when 2 days before you had said you were never married?
There was a mistake, I can't remember.
This document's a mistake or the passenger car was a mistake?
Sorry?
This document's a mistake or the passenger car was a mistake?
No, I'm saying it was that I had it was I put down mistake, that's all.
I don't think you answered the question, Mr. Bloom.
Sorry? It was a mistake, yes.
But the question was the incoming passenger card the mistake, or is this document you're looking at now the mistake?
No, the incoming passenger.
The first one we looked at, that was the mistake.
And you see there's a stamp with the number 43616 under your name, Willie Wooters?
Yes?
And the words under that stamp say, intend to remain in Australia for more than 12 months and hereby apply for registration. Do you see that?
Yes?
So, are you suggesting that you changed your mind between the 24th of May and the 26th of May on whether you were here for a holiday for 3 months or intending to stay for more than 12 months?
Yes, and I applied to stay, and I was given permit to remain in Australia, I think. Anyway.
So was it your intention to apply for a permit when you came to the country?
Sorry?
Was it your intention to apply for the permit when you came to the country?
No, I don't think so.
So between landing on the 24th of May
Yes.
and signing this on the 26th of May,
Yes.
you decided to become a permanent resident. Is that right?
Yes?
Now, you accepted before that you had been convicted of fraud a number of times in Europe, and some of those were in the 70s, correct?
Yes?
You were convicted of a fraud offence in 1965. Is that
Where?
right? 1965.
No, where you said?
I can take you to the document.
No, just in France, you said?
(1965) Tournai, check without cover.
1965.
Tournai, check without cover.
Yes, but that, all that is right, but I never went to court for all that.
And you were convicted on the 6th of January 1966 for false documents and usage thereof and larcenies.
Or,
False documents and usage thereof. Is that right?
yes, I suppose.
Now, if you go to page 2475 in the same folder.
2475.
Yep. Should be a document headed Application for Resident Status.
Yes.
You got that?
Yes.
And you see at the top
Yes.
your name, Willie Wooters.
Yes.
You see down the bottom the same date, 26th of May 1969.
Yes.
Is that your handwriting?
Yes.
And there's a number of other details about you on this document,
Yes.
including relevantly in section 5, particulars of family, names, wife, Ilona
Yes.
Kinzel. Now, if you just go above your signature
Yes.
to paragraph 8 of the document,
Yes.
it says this: have you or your family ever suffered any serious physical or mental illness, been convicted of a criminal offence, or been deported from another country? And do you agree you've written beneath that nil?
Yes.
That was false, wasn't it?
Yes.
Is it correct that you deliberately lied on this document to help you get residency in Australia?
No.
Well, if it was false, how did you come to write nil on the document?
In 60, no? 60, no? Yes, because all this conviction you told before, I didn't know. I was never told about it. This is what do they call it? A police tribunal, and then you don't get a notification.
You're convicted of fraud offences without ever being told about them. Is that your evidence?
In 69.
Or the offence in 65 in Brussels?
Yeah, no, all that I was never notified about. No.
Even though you were in Belgium at the time?
Yes, they don't. They only notifies you in the correctional tribunal, but not in the police tribunal.
Can you say that again? They only notify you?
In the correctional tribunal, but not in the police tribunal.
Well, when you wrote nil, it was false in another respect, wasn't it? Because you had suffered a serious physical illness, had you not?
I did, yes.
Being your horse accident in 1960?
Yes.
So, why did you write nil on the form in 1969 when you applied for residency in Australia?
Yeah. I just wrote nil.
To help you get residency?
No, because I went through a doctor examination, so.
But you knew you'd had that horse accident, didn't you?
Oh, yes, of course I knew.
And you knew that you'd been in hospital for 2 years, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you knew it was a serious physical illness that you'd had?
Yes.
So, when you told Her Honour back in February that you'd never committed an act of dishonesty in Australia,
Yes.
do you agree that evidence was wrong?
Well, obviously it's an act of dishonesty, yes.
So the answer is yes?
Sorry?
The answer to my question is yes?
Yes.
Now, has your brother Freddie David ever come to Australia, Mr. Blue?
No.
And we've established already that you left Australia on 15 February 1970, is that right?
Yes.
And as far as I'm aware, and I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, there's no record of how you re-entered the country between leaving on the 15th of February 1970 and leaving the country on the 28th of July 1976.
Yes, I don't know.
Could the witness be shown volume 12, please? So just assume from me that there's no document in evidence which records how you re-entered the country between leaving on 15 February 1970 and leaving on the 28th of July 1976. You've given evidence that you came to Australia in, I think your evidence was 1971, that you came to Australia on the ship SS Tucson.
That's right, yes.
Which sailed from Southampton, on which you met your wife Diane, is that right?
Yeah.
If you just go to page 3352 of volume 12. You see there a yellow document?
Yes, yes.
See at the top it says, family name David, given name Freddie.
Yes.
Take it from me, this is an incoming passenger card into Australia. You can see in section 12 it says purpose of journey to Australia.
Yes.
And you see in section 15 it says name of ship or flight number
Yes.
SS Chusan.
Yes.
Did you enter the country under the false name Freddie David, pretending to be your brother on the ship SS Chusan?
No, I think on the SS Tristan I enter really good. Yes.
Well, you said your brother's never been to Australia, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
So I take it you can't offer any other explanation for why there's an incoming passenger card for Freddie David on the SS Chusan, being the ship you came to Australia on when you met your wife?
Yes. Yes. It doesn't. Where is the date that I enter? Because I on the SS Chusan I enter really good, I'm sure.
Well, did you fill out this card in the name Freddie David and sign it or not?
It looks like my writing, but you know.
So do you accept or do you deny that you filled out that card in a false name?
I
You came to
accept
Australia.
I've filled up that card. I didn't enter Australia on the SS Chusan on that name. I didn't.
And do you know the address in section 16? 59 Dolphin Crescent, Whale Beach.
It says SS Chusan.
No, the section below that.
All right, it says Dolphin Crescent, Whale Beach, yes.
Do you know that address?
No.
So I think you just accepted that you did fill this out. Is that right?
It looks like my writing, but I don't even know where Whale Beach is. Sorry.
And you can't offer any other explanation as to how
No,
your brother could have been on the SS Chusan?
my brother wasn't on the SS Chusan. That was back in. There is no date.
There isn't, but that's why I'm asking you, Mr. Bloom.
Yes.
So do you accept or do you deny that this was another act of dishonesty by you in Australia?
No, I deny that because, like I said, there's no date of entering, which is not right. And this my brother never came on the Chusan. It was only my wife's parents and my wife's and myself.
Now, have you ever lived in Bondi in Australia, Mr. Bloom?
I did live in Bondi in Australia. Bondi. In North Bondi, yes.
And do you remember the address there?
The address, I can't remember, no.
Penkyville Street?
Penkyville? No, I never. No, it was near the golf course in North Bondi.
And it's right, isn't it, that you were imprisoned in France on the 9th of December 1971 for 4 years?
Yes.
For fraud, attempted fraud,
Yes,
false documents and false impersonation, is that right?
yes.
And when did you get out of jail, to your recollection?
In 70. What did you say, 74?
You were imprisoned in 1971.
In 71, so I came out in 74.
Now, you accepted from Mr. Castleton last time that you have used the alias Bernard Dupont, correct?
Yes.
Can the witness be shown volume 10, please?
Yes.
I think it'll be part 1.
Which page?
If you go to page 2955,
Can you help? Could you help? Have you got that page, Mr. Bond?
Yes.
2955? Thank you.
now you should have a passenger card that has the name Bernard Dupont. You see that?
I think it's not the right page. 2955?
Yes.
That's it.
You see there a passenger card in the name Bernard Dupont.
Yes.
Did you fill that out, Mr. Bull?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so.
And just turn the page. Should be another card, Bernard Dupont.
2956.
Yes.
Is that your writing?
No.
You didn't fill that out?
No.
What about the next page?
Oh, no, the previous one.
2957.
Yes.
Did you fill that card out?
No.
And last one, go over the page, 2958. Now, it's correct, isn't it, that in 1974 you were a resident of Australia?
Yes.
And it's correct, isn't it, that in 1974 you'd just been imprisoned in France?
Yes.
And you agreed with me earlier that you came into Australia after your imprisonment in 1974, yes?
Yes.
Did you fill out that card, Mr. Bull?
No. It's not.
Well, can you tell Her Honour, when did you use the alias Bernard Dupont?
I.
Can't remember?
I think it was in Europe. I don't think it was in Australia. But all those cards, it's not my writing. It's not.
Now, I just want to show you one last set of cards, and I'm sorry for the jumping around.
That's all right.
Do you have volume 9 there still?
No.
It's volume 9, page 2511.
As
2511.
as far as I can remember, he had a wife and son traveling with him.
You're talking about Bernard Dupont, are you?
Sorry?
Are you talking about Bernard Dupont?
Yes,
How do you know who Bernard Dupont travelled with?
with his wife and son.
But how do you know that?
Because he was the manager. I knew him because he was the manager of the BNP in the city in what street? That's where at the time my overseas pension was paid through the bank, and that's how I met him.
Talking about BNP Paribas,
Yes,
and you say you knew Bernard Dupont from BNP Paribas
Yes.
Bank in Sydney.
yes,
Is that right?
yes,
And you used his identity as an alias, correct?
sorry?
You used his identity as an alias,
Yes,
correct?
in Europe, not in Australia.
And why did you use his identity?
Sorry?
Why did you use his identity for an alias?
Oh, his countryman.
Because you see, Mr. Bloom, Bernard Dupont wrote on all these incoming passenger cards that he was an art dealer.
Yes, he was. He represented. He wasn't dealing. He was representing an artist in Sydney.
So he was the manager of the bank, and he represented an artist. Is that what you say?
Yeah. Yeah. I can't remember. It's a well-known gallery in Sydney. That artist was exhibiting there at the gallery. Can't remember.
And why did you choose him as an alias?
Choose him too.
Why did you choose his name as an alias? Or his identity as an alias?
Can't remember why. No, I can't even remember the others. But
Was it because being able to impersonate a bank manager at BNP Paribas might be useful to you in Europe?
no,
No?
no, sir.
Now, do you have page 2511 in front of you?
25.
11?
Yes, I have.
And you should see there 2 outgoing passenger cards, which, although it's hard to read, are dated 28 July 1976.
Yes,
And you'll see on the left your name,
yes,
which you changed it to at that time, Frederick David de Hedevari. You see that?
yes.
Is that your writing?
Yeah,
Just focus on the left one for now.
yes, I believe so.
And on the right is an outgoing card of your wife, Diane de Hedevari, correct?
Yes,
Do you agree with me the writing on both cards appears very similar?
yes.
Did you fill out both cards, Mr. Bloom?
Maybe I did.
Was that a common practice of yours?
Just that when you go through the immigration, you get, as far as I can remember, you get there is a bench where cards are, and this pen anyway, yes, I fill up my card and I fill up my wife's card, and I don't think there's a mystery to that.
Well, did you sign her name on the card on the right, in the bottom?
No, I wouldn't have signed her name. No.
And returning to my earlier question, was it a common practice of yours to fill out other people's passenger cards whom you were travelling with?
No, I never travelled with other person than my wife.
You recall that in February you were asked a number of times by Mr. Castleton why you changed your name so frequently? Do you recall that?
Yes.
And as I understood your evidence, and tell me if I'm wrong, you couldn't give any explanation for why you changed your name so many times.
That's right.
Except you said this, that it's illegal to do, and because probably it was a fantasy. I don't know, I can't explain, but I never committed anything in Australia, never.
That's right.
So a fantasy is the only explanation you have for why you changed your name
Yes.
so many times?
Just the idea of being somebody else, that's all. I did it officially. I went to the BDMs. It is legal, and I changed my passport. And with the document of the BDM, and I changed my driver's license the same way.
Just for the fun of it, or for some other purpose, Mr. Blanc?
No, just for the fun of it. Not the fun, just. Yeah. Just because it was legal.
Not to obtain financial advantage by deception, as you had been convicted of many times in Europe?
No. No.
Sure about that?
I am positive about that.
Can the witness be shown volume 10?
Afterwards, I think.
I think it'll be part 2, page 3109.
Oh, I didn't say that.
.3109. Now, do you recall back in February, Mr. Castleton asked you if you'd used the name Zabdel Zilling?
Yes, I didn't.
So,
That's-
what was your answer, sorry?
That thing was rejected by the.
Just don't worry about the document for now. Do you recall that Mr. Castleton asked you if you'd used the name Zabdel Zilling?
No.
Well, he asked you at transcript page 386, line 50, on the 16th of February, Zabdel Zilling. Answer, no, never used that name. Question, are you quite sure about that? Answer, I'm quite sure about that. I did apply for at the BDM, but I was refused.
That's right.
Question, why was it refused? Answer, I don't know, a decision they take. Question, do I understand correctly, you sought to change your name to Zabdel Zilling? Answer, yeah. Question, why were you wanting to change your name to that particular name? Answer, no reason. No specific reason. They just reject it.
Yes.
Now, this document is your application to change your name to Zabdel Zilling, correct?
Yes.
If you go over the page to 3110,
3, 1.
just one page,
3, 1.
it's just the next page in the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
just the next page.
No, the next is 3110, yes.
Yep. Now, as we've just been through, you told Mr. Castleton you had no specific reason for changing your name to Zabdel Zilling. Do you agree that at the top of 3110 is your writing?
Yes.
Now, you wrote here, full reason why you are changing your name.
Yes.
Each letter of this name is a principle by which I want to live the rest of my life.
Yes.
Today, we often need guidance, particularly when we suffer anxiety or feel alienated from nature and divorced from the meaning of life.
Yes.
Understanding and using these principles is the key to personal transformation and new ways of living.
Yes.
Do you agree that's what it says?
Sorry?
Do you agree that's what it says?
Yes.
What did you mean by that explanation for why you were trying to change your name to Zabdel Zilling?
I can I can't remember. I can't. That's what I wrote for the interview, but I can't give any I can't give any explanation. Sorry.
You can't give any explanation for why you wrote that?
No. Just fruit of my mind, just living maybe on another planet, I don't know, I can't explain.
Was it because you were going to use the name for a different purpose and this was covered?
No.
Was this a fantasy, Mr. Blum?
Yes?
Do you recall being asked by police in your record of interview what the reason for your name changes were over time?
Yes?
Do you know what you said in answer to that?
Because it was legal, I think that's what I said.
Well, what you said was, and this is question 200, page 2226, volume 8, you asked, and what are the reasons for your name changes over time? Answer, no particular reason, just to do with my mental state, I suppose.
Yes.
I can't think, can't really explain.
Yes?
What was the mental state you were referring to?
Well, the mental state is what it says. I mean, since the accident, I've never been right up there.
Since the horse accident, you've never been right in the head, is that what you're saying?
That's right.
And did you say that to police at the time?
Sorry?
Did you say that to police at the time?
Can't remember.
Did you say that you changed your name because of your mental state, relying on, you say, the horse accident and your head not being right, because you needed to provide to police some sort of innocent explanation for your constant changes of name? Is that why you said that, Mr. Moore?
No. Same as today. It is. Anyway.
Just tell me how your mental state from your horse accident in 1960 has led you to change your name at least 13 times, as you've accepted previously in this inquest.
No, I changed my name. I didn't say it was because of the horse accident that I changed my name. I just changed my name as a fantasy because it's legal. I didn't have any specific purpose.
So the horse accident's not a reason you changed your name, is it?
No, it is. The horse accident is what happened to me. But I am, my way of thinking is not, I know it, that my way of thinking is not always right. I know that.
What do you mean by your way of thinking is not always right?
Well, like I committed offence, as you know, and it wasn't right.
You committed those after the horse accident, correct?
Yes.
And did you commit other offences apart from those you were convicted of in Europe because of your mental state not being right?
No, not that I know of.
In Australia?
In Australia, No, I didn't. I can't remember having committed offences in Australia.
And you say apart from declaring on your application for residency 2 days after you arrived in Australia in 1969 that you'd never had a serious injury before, you've never committed an act of dishonesty in Australia? Is that your evidence?
Yes, I can't recall. I don't want to say yes or no because I can't remember. But as far as I know, I was never sued for any wrongdoing in Australia.
So do I understand your evidence that you can't remember whether you've committed any acts of dishonesty in Australia?
That's right.
So do I understand from that that you might have, but you can't remember them? Is that what you're saying?
No, I never committed act of dishonesty in Australia.
So you do remember that you have never committed one, is that right?
But I never.
You do remember that you have never committed an act of dishonesty in Australia, is that right?
No, I can't. As I say, I can't recall. My belief now is that I didn't. But I am 82 and I can't remember every day, especially now, my life.
Well, you've remembered some pretty remarkable things, Mr. Bloom. You remembered, for example, going to the third floor of the building in Chifley Square in October 1969 and waiting for an hour to receive your residency. You remember that, didn't you?
Yes.
You've told us in great detail about your trip overseas in 1997,
Yes.
all the people you visited, all the places you visited.
Yes.
You remembered that with no difficulty.
Yes.
Why can't you remember now if you've committed an act of dishonesty in Australia or not?
I can't. My head and memory is not the same today as it was in 79.
Are you saying that because you don't want to be pinned to a particular version of events?
No.
Are you saying that to protect yourself in case the evidence you've given is proven to be wrong later?
No.
You sure about that?
No. Yes,
Well,
I'm sure.
You are sure. Now, you'll agree, won't you, that you were pressed repeatedly by Mr. Castleton back in February as to what your reason for the name changes was, correct?
Yes.
You didn't ever mention then that you changed your names because of your mental state not being right from your horse accident, did you?
No. I didn't.
And
I didn't.
is that because you forgot that's what you told police, because you made it up for the police to provide an innocent explanation for your name changes?
No. I was assessed it's a long time ago, by Dr. Quinn. I think it was James Quinn at the Korakai Hospital, and got script from another doctor, which was a Commonwealth doctor, which was he lived near Ballina here outside in a village, and I was prescribed drugs that I took for quite some times.
So, from that, would you agree with me that your horse accident in 1960 was a life-changing event?
For sure.
It's the kind of thing you wouldn't forget?
I'll never forget that.
And you'd never forget the effect the accident had on your mental state either, would you?
Sorry?
You would never forget the mental state, the effect the accident had on your mental state either, would you?
No.
So why then, when Mr. Castleton pressed you about why you changed your name back in February before Her Honour, did you never mention that reason?
Well,
being the reason you told police in your record of interview?
yeah. No specific explanation. No. No. I don't have photographic memory at all, and when I went to see doctors, I was medicated according to what they assessed. But I certainly didn't want to publicize such thing because, feeling the German word is Untermenschen. It's
inferior people.
Sorry?
Inferior people.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, Untermenschen. Yeah.
Now, you may not still have it there, but take it from me that on the outgoing passenger cards that I showed you, where you agreed that you probably filled out your wife's as well, and they're dated 1976.
Yes.
On your outgoing card, you wrote that your occupation was a photographer.
Yes.
And Mr. Castleton showed you a passenger card yesterday on which you wrote photographer.
Yes.
You agreed that after 1986 you had never been a photographer, correct?
That's right, correct.
And it's true, isn't it, that you wrote photographer as your occupation on a number of passenger cards after 1986?
Yeah.
I think your evidence yesterday was that's what I wrote all the time, correct?
Yeah, it's an habit, yeah. Habit.
Was that a habit of lying on your passenger cards every time, Mr. Bloom?
No.
Well, why didn't you write pensioner, which is what you were?
That's right. Like I said before, I felt, like I said before, the German word, I felt under because for many people, and I've gone through that all my life, well, not all my life, but most of my life, being pensioner is degrading.
So you made something up that was false instead, is that what you're saying?
I didn't make it up. I've been a photographer for many years, and I kept putting that, not to put pensioners, because it's, as I said, to people look at you in a different way.
But it wasn't true when you wrote it, was it?
Sorry?
It wasn't true when you wrote it each time, was it?
That's right. What wasn't true?
That you were a photographer.
No, it wasn't, no.
Do you remember what you changed your name to in August of 1992, Mr. Bull?
In 92. August. No, I don't. What are you going to tell me?
I am. On the 14th of August 1992, you changed your name by deed poll from Richard Lloyd West to Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes, sounds right.
And if you take it from me, you got a passport in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury
Yes,
on the 19th of August 1992, about 5 days later. Does that sound right?
yes.
And was that passport valid for 10 years?
I think the passport is always valid for 10 years, I think.
And your next name change was on the 23rd of September 1994 from Richard Lloyd Westbury back to Frederick David de Heddebarry. Does that sound right?
It sounds right, but can't remember, yeah.
And 3 days later, you left the country on the 26th of September 1994 under the name Richard Lloyd Westbury on your passenger card.
No, I couldn't have done that because you've got to justify it with your passport.
Well, at this time, your passport was in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
And you wrote on your passenger card that your name was Richard Lloyd Westbury.
But the immigration would have never let me go through with that. Because,
What I just said to you is that your passport and what you wrote on your passenger card were the same.
sorry?
What I just said to you is that your passport
Yes,
name and what
because
you wrote on your passenger card were the
Your
same.
passenger card and your passport, you've got to hand up to the immigration.
They've got a match, yes?
That obviously.
And you just agreed earlier that 3 days before that, on the 23rd of September, you changed your name from Richard Lloyd Westbury to Frederick David de Heddebarry.
I may have, yes.
Well,
Yes.
you'll accept that from me?
Yes.
So do you accept then that what you wrote on the passenger card and the passport you were using were now false because you had changed your name to Frederick David de Heddebarry?
Passport was false.
Yes.
Why?
Because you left the country under the name Richard Lloyd Westbury. You said that if that's what you wrote on your passenger card,
Yes.
that would have had to have been on your passport.
Yes.
And yet 3 days before that, you changed your name back to Frederick David de Heddebarry. If all
Well,
those things are right, then you were using a false passport, correct?
no. It's an Australian passport. How could it be false?
Because you changed your name 3 days before, you used the passport in the name Richard Lloyd Westbury in September 1994.
Well, the passport had to be Richard Lloyd Westbury, the boarding card. You can't go through. You can't possibly go through immigration with a different boarding card and passport.
I'm not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is that you had a passport in one name, but you changed your legal name to another name and were still using the previous passport in a different name. Is that what you did?
No, because when you go to change your passport, they cut it in two.
You got the passport on the 19th of August 1992,
Yes.
valid for 10 years. And then you changed your name
Yes.
2 years later on the 23rd of September
Yes.
1994.
And I got a new passport. Yes.
You say you got a new passport, do you?
If I went out with that boarding pass, I had to have the passport. What do you call that? I had to have the passport correctly. You can't, or the other way around. You have your passport and the boarding pass has to be correct. You can't go. You can't possibly. You got to change your passport at the post office, and they automatically cut it off.
Do you say, that you got a new passport in the name Frederick David de Hedevari in 1994?
If
you change your name to that in 1994, you got a new passport in that name, did you?
well, you can't do otherwise.
Could the witness be shown volume 10, part 2?
Yes. What page?
It's page 3175.
Thank you.
3175.
3175.
Do you see there a table?
Yes.
Now this is a table, take it from me, this is a table created by New South Wales Police of all of the passports in your name.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, all of the passports in your various names.
Yes.
And you'll see in column 2,
Yes.
there's a passport in the name Frederick David de Hedevari,
Yes.
issued 1976.
Yes.
You'll see there's one issued 1981.
Yes.
You see there's one issued 1986.
Yes.
And you see that expired in 1991. Do you see that?
Yes.
The next one is Richard Lloyd West. Do you see that?
Yes.
Issued on 21 April 1987.
Yes.
And you can take it from me that you changed your name to Richard Lloyd West by deed poll on the 16th of January 1987.
Yes.
If you go over the page. Column 6, you'll see passport in the name Richard Westbury, issued
Yes.
19 August 1992. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see that it was cancelled in 1999 on the 4th of November. In the
Sorry.
fifth row.
Issued the 19th of the 8th, 92,
Yes.
and cancelled on the 4th of 11, 99.
And then you see in column 7 that you got a new passport in the name Richard on the 4th of November 1999. Do you see that?
Yeah, in the 4th column.
In column number 7 on page 3176.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So you agree with me, it appears from that you had a passport in the name Richard Westbury until the 4th of November 1999,
Yes.
and then you obtained a passport in the name Richard on that date, correct?
They. I had a passport on the 19th of the 8th, 92, is that right?
Yes.
And
The
I
next
had,
passport was on the 4th of November 1999 in the name Richard.
yes,
You'd agree with me there's no passport in between those two names in the name Frederick David de Hedevari, is there?
that's right.
And do you see in column 6 under the name Richard Westbury, passport issued 1992, cancelled November 1999,
Yes,
you have gone on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 overseas trips using that passport?
Yes, and
And if you accept from me that you changed your name by deed poll to Frederick David de Hedevari on the 23rd of September 1994,
yes,
it's correct, isn't it, that all of the trips you took after that date, you were using a passport in a false name, correct?
no, you can't. How can you?
You tell me, Mr. Blanc.
Right? When you apply for a passport, they cut your old one off. You can't have two passports.
I didn't suggest you had two passports.
So
We've got it here, 1992 to 1999, and then you got a new passport in the name Rich Richard. And you were able to do that on the 4th of November 1999 because you changed your name to Rich Richard by deed poll about 2 weeks before on the 20th of October 1999.
yes, so what?
So in the period from 1994, on the 23rd of September, when you changed your name legally to Frederick David de Hedevari,
Yes,
and you travelled out of Australia in February 1995, April 1995, October 1995, June 1997 and July 1998, you were using a passport in a false name because Richard Westbury was not your legal name. Do you accept that?
I wasn't using a false passport. You can't go through the immigration with a false passport.
Well, if your legal name from 23 September 1994 was Frederick David de Hedevari until the 20th of October 1999, you tell me how you left the country 5 times using a passport in the name Richard Westbury.
But because that's the passport I had. You can't. The authority, the passport, they're not going to give you 2 passports on different names.
I've never suggested that's what happened.
Oh, well. What other explanation?
Well, did you leave the country under a false name because you were trying to hide some activity you were engaging in on those trips overseas?
No. You can only live with 1 passport.
Now,
You know, there's something's not right. You know?
now you agreed with me when you began giving evidence
Maybe,
that
can I suggest that maybe you check with the RTA, because at the same time I changed my driver's license as well. Everything's got to be right. You can't have 2 driver's licenses on different names.
Now, you agreed with me earlier that you had a vivid recollection of your trip in the middle of 1997,
Yes,
correct?
yes.
Now, records show that, just going back in time, you departed Australia in September 1987. Do you remember where you went on that trip?
In 1987,
Yes.
87. Yes, I went to 1997. 1980. No, were you going to tell me?
Yes. You left Australia for New Zealand on the 23rd of September 1987. Does that help your memory?
Yes, but that was You know, when you take a plane and change to another, I was only in New Zealand in transit, I think.
Well, where did you go then?
I went because I went that way. I think it was via, well, I can't recall, but I think I went with Air New Zealand via America to Europe, because it was a cheaper fare.
Have you got volume 10 there?
Yes.
If you go to page 2972.
2, 9.
Is it in the other part?
For the 2972?
Yep.
Part 1.
Part 1. Have you got that?
Yes, I do, yes.
So this is your outgoing passenger card
Yes,
on the 23rd of September 1987.
yes,
And you can see down the bottom, well,
Yeah.
firstly at the top, you're going by the name Richard Lloyd West at this time.
yes,
And down the bottom, you see that you're going to get off in New Zealand.
yes, because that's what I did.
And you went to Europe?
I'd say so.
Okay. Now, if you turn over the page, 2 pages to 2974.
Yes,
This is your incoming card when you return from that trip
yes,
on the 3rd of November
yes,
1987. And you see your name at the top, Richard Lloyd West.
yes,
And you say here, in the column on the right, resident returning to Australia, I have been absent from Australia for 40 days, country in which I spent most time while abroad, Belgium. You see
yes.
that? What did you do in Belgium on that trip, Mr. Bloom?
In 1987, I went to my family, that's for sure. That's 1987. Yeah.
Do you say you visited your family for 40 days?
Yes, in 1997.
Can't remember?
Yes, I tried to recollect something. I went to see my family, that's for sure. And I think that it is the last time I saw my brother. I think.
Now, if you just go over again,
Yes.
2 pages to 2976.
Two 970.
2976, just over 2 pages. Yep.
Four.
2976.
That's right, yeah.
Got it, yep.
Now, this is what appears to be your incoming passenger card
Yes,
from your next trip overseas.
yes,
The police summary table I took you to before suggests that you departed the country on 11 October 1991,
yes,
and then you returned to the country, according to this card, on the 25th of October 1991.
yes,
And you say in the column on the right, resident returning to Australia,
yes,
that you'd spent 14 days abroad, mostly in Belgium.
yes,
And in the bottom left, country in which I boarded this flight or ship, Holland.
yes.
What did you do on that trip, Mr. Bloom?
Like I said before, I think it is the last time I saw my brother.
Well, that was a different trip. That was the
Oh,
trip in
sorry.
1987. This one's in 1991.
1991.
Yes.
As usual, I went to see my family. That's, you know, I didn't do anything special.
Well, you agreed earlier that your mother died in the late 1980s, maybe
Yes.
1990.
90, yes.
Your stepfather died 2 years before that,
Yeah, that's
about
all.
1987.
Yes,
And your brother, Freddie David, died before that again,
Yeah.
so before 1987.
yes.
So, which family did you visit overseas on this trip in 1991?
Oh, I can't.
You can't remember?
Can't recall.
You then, as I've already mentioned, changed your name to Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes,
And if you then go over the page, 2 pages to 2978,
yeah,
this is an outgoing passenger card
yes,
dated 6 October 1992.
yes,
You'll see at the top, Richard Lloyd Westbury. That was your name at this time, correct?
yes,
And you see in the middle column,
yes,
resident departing temporarily. I intend to stay aboard for a period of 5 months.
yes,
Country in which I shall spend most time abroad, Belgium.
yes.
What did you do on that trip where you left in October 1992, intending to spend 5 months in Belgium?
Yes, I can't remember. I spent time with my family. That's, you know, like I said to you before, I had a very, very large family. And I can't tell you which one, going back, I had a fixed date, I can't remember which way and where I stayed. If I stayed 5 months, I would have stayed probably can't recall. Sorry.
Can't recall what family in Belgium you were intending to spend 5 months with when you
No.
left. Is that right?
That's right.
If you go over the page, 2 pages to 2980.
Little. Yeah.
This is your incoming card returning from that trip on
Yep.
the 3rd of November 1992.
Yeah.
So, as it happens, you spent about a month overseas.
Yeah.
And you can see at the top your name, Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yeah.
Column in the right, resident returning to Australia, 1 month I've been abroad for.
Yes.
Country in which I spent most time abroad, Belgium.
Yes.
I take it you can't tell Her Honour who you visited in Belgium for a month in 1992. Is that correct?
That's right. I also had friends. I know that I also know that I spent some time with friends in northern France, but I can't recall. No,
Do you recall the name of any friend you saw on this trip in 1992?
no, I can't recall. No, but I know that at the different stage I stayed in the vicinity of between Lille and Tournai, in various places where I also had friends, not especially family, but I can't recall where I was on that trip.
So you don't remember who you visited, do you?
Sorry?
You don't remember who you visited, do you?
No, I don't. Sorry.
And if you go over the page, 2 pages, to 2982,
Yes.
this is your next trip overseas.
Yes. That's in 93.
Yes. The date is the 12th of May, 1993.
Yes.
And you see at the top your name, Richard Lloyd Westbury.
Yes.
And you see in the middle column, resident departing temporarily.
Yes.
I intend to be abroad. And you see you've written 4 months.
Yes.
And then country in which I shall spend most time abroad, Belgium.
Yes.
Who were you intending to visit for 4 months in Belgium in 1993?
Well, I don't know if I stayed 4 months. Often it was I expected and put a date, but I came back earlier.
Well, clearly you had a plan to be primarily in Belgium for about 4 months, didn't you?
Yes.
So who were you planning to visit in Belgium for 4 months in
Oh.
1993 when you filled this card out?
Yes, I always with family. That's the whole thing I ever did.
So how old were your children in 1993?
In 93,
Your son was 14, your daughter was 12. Does that sound right?
yeah, it sounds right, yeah.
So you had a 14-year-old daughter and a 14-year-old son and a 12-year-old daughter, your family, and you were planning to go to Belgium to visit cousins
Yes,
for 4 months. Is that right?
yes.
Why?
Why? Because that, I don't ever know if I stayed 4 months. That's the one thing. I'd like to see my return.
We'll come come to that.
Yeah, well,
You also see on this card that your flight number down the bottom was JL776,
yes,
and country in which I shall get off this flight or ship, Japan.
yes,
Do you agree with me that you flew on Japan Airlines on this trip?
yes, obviously, yeah,
And do you think you stayed in the Hotel Nikko Narita?
yes. I stayed because the flights to Europe from Narita depart first thing in the morning, and the flights from Australia to Narita arrive late in the evening. So you spend about 7 or 8 hours at the Japan Airlines hotel at Narita.
And was that the first time, to the best of your recollection, you stayed in the Hotel Nikko Narita?
I can't remember. No, maybe. No, can't remember. I stayed a few times.
Well, you gave evidence earlier about last time, in February, about becoming friendly with a director of Japan Airlines.
That's right.
Correct?
Yeah.
And when do you say that happened?
That happened. I was mugged at the airport in Amsterdam as Schiphol. I was mugged of all my possessions, and I ended up in hospital. And because I lost all my possession, and because of the situation, I returned earlier than my planned trip, and I had to go to validate the change. So I went to the office of Japan Airlines, which was above on the first floor there. They had all the airlines office. I went there and I met that person, and because of what happened, he gave me a free ticket coming back. I can't remember. I think it's first class or maybe business. I can't remember. He gave me that to compensate. And in fact, I was in Amsterdam for, I don't know, all together with the hospital and all probably a week. Can't remember. But you could find probably the return card.
I've been reminded of the time, Your Honour. Is that convenient?
We'll stop for today and resume at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
So, this is now.